today we are continuing our progress on the beautiful Nike, or I guess I should say heretic, Nihlister from Nike. I'm so excited. So excited. So, there were a few pieces that we started work on that we weren't really able to finish because I couldn't use contact cement down here. But I found a workaround. Kind of. So we'll see if it works. So throughout the stream today, I'm going to be using... Let me put her like here. I'm going to be using this nifty little device called a respirator. This is what you want to use anytime you are working with anything with toxic fumes. Okay? Dremeling is a little different, so when you're sanding stuff and you're creating physical particles in the air, you can just use a normal N95 mask, dust mask, something like that. But when you're working with like paints and glues or like melting plastic, you want this.
He is a reliable barber. Besides, barber shops usually get to the point, while salon shops like to chat with you.
True. True and real. Gamer Xavier, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. What filter do I have? It's just the one that came with it. I don't know. That filter? I don't know. But it's to help, you know, minimize the kind of stinky stuff you are breathing in. Also, I've got a lot of pieces that we're going to be gluing. Specific reason I chose to do her. Nihlister, yeah, so like way back when I first started playing Nike, I was going through the list of Nikes because they have the Nikepedia and you can just like look through all the characters that are in the game. And I came across Nihlister, this babe. And I had never gotten the cosplay itch so strongly before. And I thought I was done making cosplay because there wasn't really I didn't have time to watch anime really, and there weren't really any games I'd been playing on stream that had characters that I really resonated with, that I felt like I wanted to cosplay at the time. And I just didn't really have the free time to dedicate to making big, intricate cosplay crafting anymore. And I saw her, and I was like, wow, yes, I want to be her. And then I really got into the game, and then I was like, wow, she's such a good villain, and she's so fucking cool and badass and like intimidating and awesome. And yeah, so it kind of like rekindled my passion for making cosplay and creating things from scratch myself, that are complex and cool and crazy. So yeah, Nihlister inspired a lot of cool stuff in my brain. Argoneron, thank you for 2 months. Light Ice Storm, thank you for 20 months. Thank you for the tier 2. Thank you. Alrighty, so. Something that you can do if you are also working on a really complicated craft. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you have something with a lot of small pieces that you are working on all at the same time, stick them in a bag. Keep them all together. Keep all your tiny little pieces together, because then if you're leaving pieces in a bunch of different places, you're going to end up losing them and then not finding them and then having to remake them. And then once you get further along in the craft, you're going to eventually find them later on, and you're going to be like, wow, I wasted a lot of time remaking it because it was somewhere I couldn't find it. So keep them all together. All the tiny pieces. Pieces that can fit in a bag like this, you should put in a bag like this. Another Nick I'd want to cosplay? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them that I'd want to cosplay. Dorothy, Modernia, maybe. That's a strong maybe. I don't know how her outfit. Second Affection Modernia is the one I really like. Neve and maybe like Maid Privity or Soda, like one of the cute maids. I feel like would be fun to cosplay. Crown, normal Crown, not her outfit. Normal Crown. But yeah. Cinderella, I don't know. The thing with Cinderella is that the fabric to make the bodysuit would be a bitch because it's shiny and clear. Right here, let me pull up Cinderella again just to tell you guys like what I mean. Okay, right. Cinderella has parts of her bodysuit cut out, but you can see like on her thighs, right? It's this transparent fabric. She also has like a transparent fabric skirt. Here, let me crop it just so I can zoom in more. But you see how she's got like all that transparent fabric? I should not be that zoomed in on that. But the only fabric that looks like that is clear vinyl. And clear vinyl specifically is literally the worst fabric to work with. It does not stretch. And the only kind of stretchy fabric that is transparent would be a mesh, and it would not give that shine. So it would be really, really difficult to get it to be that shiny, clear fabric. She does have butt bangs. Yeah. So, the tiny pieces I've been keeping in this bag are pretty much all done and ready to be attached. But some of the pieces that we're attaching these to are not ready. So, these are all the back of her cannons. So let me actually pull up a different photo. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. The floor is lava. Which picture do I want? This one. Okay. So these are the back inside of her cannons. Let me grab the other pieces to show you guys. I also started working on something else. The something else that I'm talking about is what I wanted to get done for today, but because I didn't really get much done at my parents' house yesterday, I'm probably not going to be able to work on it. But essentially, this is that boxy part, right? Inside the actual cannon. And if you see, we're looking at it kind of head on right now, but if we rotate the art a little bit, you can see that it's a box, right? It's got pieces that come out. So, I spent all day cutting out tiny boxes, tiny squares and rectangles to make the box that sticks out from here. So essentially, I have them all labeled, okay? This is what you want to do to stay organized so nothing goes in the wrong spots and you know exactly where things need to line up, okay? So this, let me kind of make this a little smaller. This is labeled by letters because sometimes numbers, if you're using numbers for one thing and then letters for another thing, it helps differentiate pieces. So I'm matching up the letters with the corresponding letter. And I'm creating a directional arrow pointing which surface I want them to attach to. Okay, so the A's line up and the arrow points down to be glued to this surface. And it is measured down to the millimeter. So when I go to glue it, it's gonna sit flush, and it'll be easier to see with the contact cement when it's glued flush. But the problem is I need to Dremel and bevel all of these edges because, hold on, where's my B? B, although this one is, no, that's correct, Okay, so I have this A1 here, right? And when this one
Are
gets
we
glued...
traveling on the Hogwarts Express?
No.
I have the impression that this adventure will be magical.
Oh, it's gonna be an adventure, all right. So this, it's gonna be really hard to show on camera. Let me try to hold it with one hand. Okay, so this angle right here needs to be cut at a bevel because when it sits in here, we want this edge to be as small as possible. So we want this seam here to just be the tiniest, thinnest little line. And the more flush we get this seam, the less noticeable it's gonna be. Whereas if I were to use the flat edge and to try gluing a flat edge to a flat edge, you have this giant hole, this giant seam. But because we're tapering all of the edges, it's gonna sit nice and flush, which also means I need to taper this other edge. So all I really got done at my parents' house yesterday was finishing cutting out all of these, which I guess could be considered a lot of work. But also, I beveled all the B's. And the bevel is dependent, really, on which side it gets glued to. So these are the same, because the B is pointing the same way. Oh my god, there's so many. I just kind of dumped them all out. But then these B's have a bottom bevel. So you see how these are beveled on the top and these are beveled on the bottom? That's because when you stick them down to their points, they line up in the correct angles. Because we want these to be on the opposite sides of the A, right? Although the A is upside down. So that way, we have them on both sides, and then we get the nice, flat seamed... That's why this is going to be difficult, because I'm going to have to glue and sand at the same time. So I'm not sure if I'll be gluing these on stream, because I'm probably going to have to glue this and then bevel this edge for C. What the hell is C? Here's C. So, you know, I kind of have to work in small sections to make sure these are all going to fit flush, because there's so many different angles in this one box. Got to miter the ends to make the joint as small as possible. Yeah, exactly, like wood. Yeah. So that's why I built this boxy pattern, right?
A belt
this whole
sander
thing
would be very nice for this. Would make it super easy to bevel them parts.
The problem with a belt sander is that sometimes it's a little too rough on the foam. I use a Dremel at, lower speed sometimes, so it doesn't eat up as much of the foam. And it's also safer for your fingers, especially for like tiny pieces like this. Because sometimes when you're sanding a tiny lightweight piece of foam and then the belt sander catches it, the foam goes flying. Like, I did scuff up one of these a little bit, so I might just want to sand that out. But yeah, essentially you can kind of see down here on the actual artwork what this box is supposed to look like. And it's got the little circular vents that are in there. But the cool part is that there's kind of a seam that goes here in the artwork. And that little seam is literally just going to be this. And it gets pushed back a little. So it's pushed back into space. And then it's got the little thick separation, and then it has the box pieces. So I think that's still gonna look good, and then we do have a little trim to glue on top, but I want to sand these a little bit more to hide this this seam. So there's still more sanding work to be done on this, but I just wanted to show you guys, this was originally my plan. But I wasn't able to sand all those edges just yet, so I'll have to bring these back to my parents' house to finish the sanding work on most of these boxes. Not boxes, like rectangles. There's a lot of freaking rectangles. So I've just been keeping them all together, this is definitely something I would keep in a plastic baggie, like I was saying earlier, when you want to keep all your pieces together and you don't want to lose any pieces. It's stuff like this. When you're assembling something big out of a lot of tiny parts, keep them all together. But anyway, back to this. So, some of the pieces I've had in that bag that I dumped out earlier are these. So this is the back panel, right? And then one of these goes on top. So the light gray foam represents the inside of the dark gray box. This black foam is the red part of the inside in here, inside that box. So the black foam is going to be the red portion. And then this is the little beveled gray edge that sits on top. And I took the time, I've got two of these, I rounded out all the corners. And once you heat up the foam like this, it'll get rid of some of the little fuzzies around the edges. So I'm not too worried about that. But essentially, this is how this is going to be built. But I want to glue together these three pieces. So these three pieces, I want to glue these together so they're nice and centered and exactly where they need to be, because I have to cut all, well, I guess these two layers, I need to cut a hole through them because that's where the attachment for the necks are going to be. The necks of the dragon. Because if we zoom out, or, show more of her, that's where they connect to her backpack that holds the dragon heads up. So we're going to need that to be a big hole. But you don't want to, cut the hole out of this and then cut the hole out of this. It's so much easier to just have these attached and then you just cut them out at the same time and then you can sand the edges. Because trying to line up where they need to be here is already going to be a challenge, right? But if you line this up perfectly and then realize the hole you cut out doesn't line up to the whole greater picture, then you're going to have to start over again and cut out the foam again. So I'm going to be gluing these down, but what I'm going to do is flip this upside down. You'll see why. I'm going to flip it upside down. I already kind of marked out on the larger gray piece of foam where this kind of lines up. Like that. Sort of. It's a little bit lower. Hold on. Perfect. Just like that. Now we want this to be upside down. Make sure that fits in there. We want it to be as symmetrical and even as we can get it. I mean, that's already pretty damn even. It could move this way a little, but honestly, I feel like that's pretty good. I will be sanding, oh shit, I just moved it. I will be sanding this a little bit more, but I don't think that'll affect it too bad. As long as it's centered in some way, it'll be fine. I can always shift around the base a little. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna grab my Sharpies. Sharpies! Okay. So, you know what? I was actually also planning to work on the shoes today. I was gonna show you guys how to cut up shoes and make them shorter, like the boots, the fabric of the shoe. And I remember my seam ripper. I even brought my my seam snips just in case. I brought my fabric scissors. The one thing I forgot was my needle and thread. And I'm gonna scream because my housemates don't have any. No, I forgot the fucking needle and thread. And that's probably the most important part because Here, let me just show you. So I'm planning on cutting the shoe down. So all of this isn't just going to be tucked in. It's actually going to be cut a little bit, and then a small edge is going to be folded over to create the seam. But the biggest issue is that you also have to cut the zipper. And if you cut the zipper and then try to zip the shoe up, the zipper goes flying off the track, and it's a huge pain in the ass to get the zipper back on. So you leave it unzipped while you're working on the shoe, and then you take matching color thread and you stitch between the tiny little teeth of the zipper. And those stitches will prevent it from zipping up all the way. So we would want to stop there. You could just like fold over the zipper and glue it like that, so that way it doesn't zip off the track, but it adds extra bulk, and I kind of just want to cut that piece of the zipper off so it's not like scratching my foot on the inside here. It'll just seem more comfortable to cut the zipper off. But I forgot my fucking needle and thread at home. So, or at my parents' house. So, I'll shorten the boots another stream. But I wanted to do it on stream to show you guys how to do it. Because, you know, if your boots are like a tiny bit too tall and there's this extra fabric getting in the way of your armor, there is a way, instead of just tucking it in, you can like permanently make your boots shorter. And especially if you're like me and you go to a cosplay craftsmanship competition and compete, it'll look very, very impressive if you alter your shoes completely. Like completely altering them, because shoes are some of the hardest thing to get correct and like super accurate. So if you find a way to do that, judges are going to be hella impressed. And I know that because I've altered shoes once before like this, and they were like, holy shit, that's some dedication. And I was like, hell yeah, that's right. That was also the time I painted the bottoms of my shoes a different color because it matched the character. I might be a little crazy. All right, so I'm going to try to center it before I put it on, actually. Like this. Trying to get things even is so freaking difficult. And it's like, this is the back of the costume. It's like, nobody's gonna be fucking looking here. But if you compete in it, the judges will be looking. Alright, so gonna try to get this as even as I can. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna know it's there, and that's gonna screw me up all weekend. Not even all weekend, just like forever. I feel like it's still a little off, but that's okay. We're gonna trace around. And trace around. Got a little bit more. Okay. So now, when we go to glue this piece, we just line it up inside our lines, and it's going to be exactly where we want it to be. That way we don't have to fiddle around with all these pieces all at the same time. We know exactly where it needs to go. Capiche? Capuche. So, I think what I'm going to do is... Or no, you know what? I can't do that. What I was going to say is I think I'm going to glue this first. That way these pieces aren't all shifting around while I trace this one. But I want to trace this one because I want to know where to not put the glue, if that makes sense. So if you use contact cement, it's sometimes a little difficult if there's like too much glue to pull it apart. If that makes sense. Like if you're cutting through it, because we're going to be cutting this. We're going to be cutting this whole negative space out completely. Although maybe it would be easier if it's all glued first. Yeah, I think I'm going to trace it first. I think it'll be easier to have this positioned where I'm going to need it. And then trace the inside. And then roughly cut out the inside. And then glue it. Because I don't want to ruin it. Because this piece is so thin. You know? I'd be nervous if this was all glued together and then I tried taking a knife and tried cutting this out. I feel like I might accidentally cut this. No black nails, because if I stab the foam with my sharp pointy claws, then it gets damaged. And I don't want it to get damaged. So that's why I was going to flip this piece upside down, but I think it'll be fine because it's not perfectly symmetrical, and if I flip it back over, I fear it may not line up perfectly. And I don't want to risk that. Okay, gotta put this in the right spot. There. That's good. We're good. I don't know which one I want to use. They're both a little jank, but that's fine. It'll look better when I heat it up. So, it's more... Alright, it's closer to the bottom. So it sits straight on the bottom. Like that. So it's in line with the bottom here. Okay. Sometimes it's easier to see what you're doing when you have all your pieces lined up. Okay, I'm probably not going to be able to trace around the whole thing because this piece of foam is so thin, it's so easy for it to move around. Okay. So we're going to go in tiny bits. And of course, the silver Sharpies are always so jank. They dry up so quickly. And I might heat seal this 3D piece on top of the black foam, because the black foam is 2mm foam, and the thinner the foam is, the more likely it tends to curl and warp, and I don't really want that to happen. So I think I'm gonna blast it with my heat gun really quick before I glue this down. Well, that's not even. I'm gonna have to like glue it like that. Yeah. Gotta make sure. Oh, it's gonna be so stressful. When foam is this thin and it moves so easily. And when your Sharpies barely show up because the silver Sharpies are so bad. Okay. That looks even. I'm just going to hope that this is good and the Sharpies are working. Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. You see what I mean by the silver Sharpie though? Like here it was working fine and then it just like, it dies so fast. These silver Sharpies, man. And also, when you're making 2 or more identical pieces, so for example, right, I traced this exact part onto this foam. You don't want to go and take a different one and put it down because there might be some slight differences in the foam. I guess I'm cracked, so it kind of still lines up pretty well. But, you know, human error, these are obviously still going to look a tiny bit different in terms of size and quality because it's so hard to make things exactly the same without a machine. So I would just keep that in mind to just stick with the pieces you're working with instead of shuffling them around. That makes sense. Also, thank you guys for the resubs. I'm sorry I've been like so locked in. I'm sorry. Come here, Dragon. Thank you for 10 months. Serious Refender. Thank you for the 7 months. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lombert, thank you for 22 months. Squirrely Bit, thank you for the 20 months. Native Wind, thank you for 17. Kitsid J, thank you for 24 months. 2 years. That's crazy. Thank you. Raxnar, thank you for 13. Clone, thank you for the 16 months. Blunts, thank you for resubbing. Thank you for the 15. Celester Home, thank you for 28 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Shadow Nexus. Thank you, Outlets. Welcome in. Thank you for the subby. Bron Bowl. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So, the next thing that I'm excited to show you. Oh, hold on. Let me get some paper towels. I swear it's not as sus as that just sounds. I feel like those two phrases together seemed very sus. But I promise it's not like that. So, the reason why I needed to grab paper towels is because of this. This is the reason why I will be able to use
an X-Acto knife, a thin metal shaft with a razor blade at the end.
I know what an X-Acto knife is. Yes, I have one. That's what I will be using. Yes, I've got a bunch of different knives and cutting tools, but yeah, that's the one I'll be using to cut this specific part out. So, this is a technique I've seen a lot of cosplayers use, but I've never personally used it before because I've always worked in a well-ventilated environment, and then I forgot this technique existed until I was like, wait a minute, I literally bought bottles to do this exact thing a long time ago, and I just never did. I'm a little wary of these bottles because they are cake decorating bottles. So if I tighten them too tight, they kind of like pop off. So I have to like have them at just the right tightness. There's contact cement in this bottle. So I made a little funnel out of like paper and I funneled in from my giant can of contact cement that I have. And I feel like one of the big issues with using contact cement is when you keep the giant can open, the fumes are always fuming, right? But if you keep it sealed in the bottle and then you pop off the cap and just use a tiny little bit at a time, I feel like that would be a little bit better. There's still going to be paint fumes, or not paint, but glue fumes in the air. So while I use this, let me open the windows really quick. And there's also an air purifier that I have down here. So I have a fan too. Let me turn my fan on to circulate the air to put it outside. And now I'm gonna be able to use my respirator. I actually have a PNG. Hold on. Let me get it. This is so fun. So that way you guys will know when I am, there we go. Yeah, now you guys will know when I'm working on my, it stuck to my hair. Yeah, isn't that cute? And then obviously when I have it on and it's covering my face, I won't be moving anymore. But yeah! Give one to Charlie. He's fine. He doesn't need to breathe. But yeah, so that's what I will have. So that's also why I grab paper towels, because sometimes you can make a big mess with contact cement And just in case I need to like wipe up something on my cutting mat, I can do that. Yeah, just in case, just in case. Also,
I have a
this is
fear of
why.
those knives. I accidentally caused a self-laceration when working on an art project back in
Oh
high
yeah, I
school.
never showed you
I still
guys.
tremble when I use one.
I never showed you. This is my battle wound. You can still barely see it. On my knuckle, on my thumb. I think it might scar because it's like indented. It's so hard to see. It's like nice and healed. It's nice and healed already. But that battle scar was, hold on, let me show you. Okay, so I was working on this. So this is, hold on. Oh wait, I can still use this picture, I think. Yeah, the tail tip. Here, let me crop it. Cropping. You get a nice view of her ass. Cropping. Okay, so Nihlister's tail. Very nice, very cool, very stylish. All right. So, oh, it's upside down. You know, I'll just do this. Wait, no, this. There we go. So, this was originally 3 blocks of 10mm foam, like this. So it was a big block that looked like this, but it was in this shape, right? So you can still kind of see the seams for the 3 blocks. And what I did with this is drew on roughly where I wanted each of these little knife blade tapers to be. And then I decided carving the foam with a blade would be the best option, okay? Because if you're using a sanding tool, essentially you have a block of foam this big, and you want this to be the edge of the blade, like this. This is a lot of foam to sand off. That's a lot of tiny particles of foam that you're just kind of circulating into the air. But if you were to cut this first at an angle and then sand it nice and smooth, you're, less likely to breathe in more foam dust than you should be. So it's just faster that way. It's just more efficient. So I had cut my angles and then started kind of sanding it a little bit at this point. It's still not done yet. It's still very, very rough. Another thing I did to add these details, I showed you guys these details before to add dimension. But what I did was I literally just super roughly cut out a tiny, like maybe it's like 5mm deep hole. And then I used this, which is 6mm foam. And now I can just put those inside the little holes I made, and it still sticks out a little bit to add that 3-dimensionality that's here. But I haven't glued these in yet because if I sand the edges a little bit here on the outside of this hole, it's gonna look way cooler to have, more of an artificial kind of like gap from the sanding, because you can kind of see when you zoom in on this, right, that it has that, it almost looks like this section curves in a little bit and then this section curves down a little bit. So I'm trying to get it like super crazy exact. Yo, Kayla, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Starting to look cool. Thank you. So it's okay if things look rough where nobody's going to see it. And sometimes it's better to have a rough surface when you're gluing stuff together, because then the glue has more to, stick to. Depends on the glue you use, but that way I can now pop these in. And it looks hella cool. But yeah, this is what I cut myself on because at first I was using this. Do not use one of these to carve massive chunks of foam off like this because this blade is very, very short, okay? And when you're trying to stick the blade through this much foam, it's not gonna be a fun time. And then you realize going this way when you're carving is not enough leverage. So then you hold it like this and you try to carve. You see where my injury is? It's right there. So that's what happened. And then I was like, wait, I literally have a longer blade. And this blade has seen some better days. Okay. This is like the dullest blade I've ever used, but it still works for something. So this is what I ended up using moving forward, and it worked way better, even if it's a little dull. So, that's what I've been using. Looking at this now, I'm noticing that this is not an extra edge, because I thought this, because just from my pattern, right, I thought this might have been an extra like bump, but it looks like this is just smooth and flat, so I could actually, you know, it's like that. I can flatten out these corners a little bit more. That's essentially how you use it. You just carve it away, you know. And to get rid of the little lines here, you just sand it. I like to use a Dremel with my sanding drum because I have the most control with that. But yeah, I will be getting in here. For the really sharp edges, I might just use sandpaper on a ruler, because what I like to do is wrap sandpaper around a ruler. That way you get a nice straight edge. I think I might have shown you guys that when I was working on Show's knife, when we made Show's knife on stream. I used my ruler wrapped in sandpaper to really get in the little teeth of the knife. So I'm probably going to do that for some of these harder to reach places with the sanding drum, because I really don't want it to eat up the foam. So yeah, this is what we have so far on Nihlister's tail blade. I think it's looking hella cool. I definitely want to add more of a taper, you know, make it look sharper. But this is just the very rough, blocky, sanded version that I have right now of her tail. The tip of her tail, not the whole tail. But I also made sure to leave a little space. I did the same thing with these little details where I just kind of carved out a little piece and then I ripped out the foam. That way I can actually put some kind of, you know, wooden or PVC stick and then just boop, slide the tail on top of the tips and then it'll be attached. Because you don't want to just rely on surface gluing. You don't want to just put glue on this complete flat surface and then glue it to another flat surface, because then there is always going to be a chance for it to disconnect. And because it's going to be the end of the tail, it's probably going to be hitting the floor. It might be dragging on the floor. So I definitely don't want this to pop off. So I want to really link these together very strongly. Yeah. I wanted to show you guys that because I think it's really cool. There. So yeah. Let me put my knives away because we don't need those right now. But we're also going to be gluing together more pieces than just this. Caleb, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let me hide this.
Hey Cinder,
Bring this back.
I heard a rumor and hope you can clear things up.
Huh?
The rumor is that you are a certified goofball.
Uh-oh.
Is it true or no?
Uh-oh. You guys, I think they're on to me. No, that's false. That's not it. That's not correct. Sorry. The rumors are wrong. Caught! Shut up! Actually, I think I'm gonna switch the image to this one. Yeah, that way it doesn't stick out as far. It's not rotated. Alright. I'll put that picture of Nihlister back down there. I will get these. And I'm gonna put the rest of my pieces for you. Oh yeah, also, I never even talked about this. So these are some of the pieces I had in my tiny piece bag, right? I'm just gonna pull out the other set because we need 2 of everything because there's 2 dragon cannons. Maybe not 2 of everything, but 2 of most of the things because the dragons are technically asymmetrical. But I also will be gluing together today these pieces. These are the ankles that we worked on last crafting stream. So I beveled the edges. So now the ankle pieces for the shoes we're going to have a nice flush, virtually invisible seam. And then that way we can
Nah, Cinder's a goofy goober, but also the sweetest bean. Cinder 6 heart, Cinder 6 head pat.
And then this is the other foot. It's exactly the same. Because there's 2 ankles. All of these tiny pieces are for the kneecaps, which I would like to work on today. So these are the kneecap pieces. I'm going to put these off to the side. So we won't be doing these yet. These are just tiny little details that are also on the knees that I just sanded because everything looks better with beveled sanded edges than just a straight boring edge. These, I still have to glue together this piece. These are part of the wing. And this little detail piece sits like that. The wing, one of the wing blades. Wow, wow, so fancy. And then the moment you've been waiting for. So, I goofed up, and you guys might have called me out for this when I was streaming the toes, when we were working on the feet for the first time. I cut out 4 of these because I was like, oh, okay, I think the thickness of the toe should be 2 layers thick, right? And so I cut out 4 of these and I glued together 2 and 2, and I realized that's only for 1 foot. So, essentially, you glue together very roughly. I like to keep at least 1 seam flushed, and then the rest get sanded. I kind of slipped a little on this side. But essentially, these are the toes. Here, let me enhance the toes for you guys. Enhance! Enhance! You see the toes? Toes? Pretty cool toes, huh? This is just a test piece where I tested out the heat carving technique. But yeah, this is 2 of these layers. So these are the same thing, but this one has been sanded and this one has not. So it really, really makes a difference. And then I will be carving these into the sides once all of this sanding is done. I don't know if this will sand out because it's kind of a deep gouge, but I might just glue these together and sand them again. Yep. Aboba. And then these other tiny pieces go to a different part on Nihlister. These are down here. They're kind of hiding under the tube. But I will be working on this diamond piece at the bottom today also. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah. Caleb! Thank you for the super chat! Thumbnail is a lie. What are you talking about? I'm working on my Nihlister cosplay. This is the backside of her. Alright, so we're gonna glue the whole thing together. Originally, I thought maybe we just glue the parts that need gluing, like on the outside, and then the inside is not glued. But I think it'll be easier just to keep everything all glued together because I don't want these pieces kind of lifting if it's a little thin here. So, with that being said, contact cement takes a long time to dry. Okay? So, my fan is on. I'm going to make sure the air purifier is on. And I'm going to open the windows. And then I'm going to put my respirator on. And we're going to get gluing. Okay. To the window. Hold on. I got it. I'm just a little short. I'm not short. I'm average, but it's a little hard to reach because the windows are so up high. I think I gotta climb on the table. Hold on. I need a stick. I can't reach the window. I got it. I have a stick. Okay. One more window. Okay. Okay, we're good. I think. I don't actually know yet. Okay. Windows. I think that's everything. Yeah, I do have an air purifier to purify the basement rank air. Yeah, everything's good. I'm just opening windows and stuff. Okay, I think it's time to suit up. Let me get it. I'm just not realizing it has like the little strap showing. It looks a little jank with the strap there. Here, let me. It's kind of cute. Okay. Let me actually put it on. This is it. The way it's a PNG of like the same model respirator is so funny. Like this is the little strap that's in the back. Okay. Oh, I gotta take my headphones off to put it on. Okay. This goes like this. Oh wait, hold on. Let me look cute before my tracking goes away. There we go. Oh shit, can you still hear me? Can you hear me when I'm wearing it? Yeah? Okay. Whoa, it's like still kind of picking up my tracking a little bit. That was weird. Louder! Okay! Okay. I am your father. Okay, time to use the glue. I'm gonna get my scrap pieces of foam. Because we're gonna need the scrap pieces to smooth it out. Just a little muffled? Okay. I'm like right on my mic, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. So, the way contact cement works is that you want to put layers on both sides. So I'm just going to take the cap off and go a little woo. And you want to smooth it out. You don't want it to be too thick. You want a nice thin layer. Try to stay in the lines. And any extra, I just kind of dump on this other piece. Super thin. Because the way contact cement works is that you want the glue to be completely dry. That's why you want the glue to be so thin, because then it dries faster. And then it bonds instantly on contact. That's why it's called contact cement. You don't want to touch it with your hands, by the way. Don't do what I just did. Don't do that. And half of this is going to be cut off anyway, so it'll be okay. Need a little more. A little more. Normally I put down paper towels, so in case I accidentally swipe off of the foam I'm using, just put little dabs. Because if you get contact cement on a surface, anytime you also put contact cement on that surface, it's going to stick to it. Just making sure I get the edges, because the edges are the most important, especially because I'm cutting out the center of this later. Oh, it's already starting to stick. No. It's dripping. Stop dripping. Thin little layers. Okay. Be careful where you put stuff covered in glue. Okay. So, we're going to wait for some of this to dry. See how it's still kind of shiny? We're going to wait for those pieces to dry. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for them to dry, I'm gonna heat this up with my heat gun. So, I'm gonna go do that really quick. Actually, yeah, I don't think it'll reach over here. I'm gonna go do it really, really quick. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys. I did half of this, okay? So I heat sealed this half, and I didn't yet do this half yet. And you can see up close. Of course, my camera's not gonna focus. So it's a lot smoother here than here, because you can still see some of the foam fuzzies after I sanded it. But the heat really smooths it out a lot. I know, I'm so sorry, my webcam doesn't want to focus. But it's a lot smoother of an edge because the heat seals all the little foam fuzzies. So you can see some fuzzies here a little bit. Probably not because my webcam is shit. Oh, you can kind of see them. Right there, you can kind of see the fuzzies. And there's no fuzzies on this half because it's all heated up. Okay, so I'm going to go finish this. And then that way... Oh, actually, I think we can glue this now. Yeah, I think we're going to glue this. And I think I'm good to... I think I'm going to take off my respirator. Wow, that's crazy. I can barely smell the contact cement now. Okay, you want to do this very carefully. Because it literally sticks instantly. Trying to make sure it's centered. And even. Gotta be over a little. That's why I made the guidelines. And the thing with foam is it is, you know, squishy, so you can manipulate it a little bit to kind of smush it to be exactly in the place you want it to be. And boom. Boom, 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 boom. So, this glue has instantly bonded. And at this point, especially because I'm using such thin foam here, if you try, anytime you use contact cement, that's the kind of glue we were using. I know it was kind of hard to hear me with the respirator on, but contact cement quite literally means it bonds on contact, right? So if you try to separate these at this point, you will be ripping the foam itself instead of the connection from the glue. So like with hot glue, sometimes you can kind of like pry the glue off. But this, you would be ripping your foam. I actually did a demonstration of that on stream at one point. So you can go back in the VODs on my VOD channel and check that out. It's actually kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how... Oh wait, I actually have the pieces. So another bag that I have... Also, wait, I need to do this before I forget. Caleb! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for that earlier. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the 2 super chats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Blop, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. T-Bone Head, for the 29 months. Thank you, Vadi, for the 7. Lynn, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chronotrix. Thank you, Warden of Silver Bay. Thank you so much, Centurio. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Vegs. Thank you, Bodis. Thank you, Akuma, for the tier 2. Thank you, Novi. Welcome in. God's Flavor. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Yui, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Issei, thank you for 13 months. Kiraina, thank you for a whole year. Thank you. Meager, thank you for 16 months. Thank you, Legomore. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Square Body, thank you so much. Thank you. So, I keep another bag full of scrap foam. Okay? So, these little pieces of foam you can cut up into strips, and this is what I use to smear the contact cement with. You can also use like a silicone, you know, scraped tool, whatever Whatever you don't mind destroying, do not use paintbrushes because that will not last. And your paintbrushes will get all gunked up and become like a rock. So do not try paintbrushes with this stuff. That's why if it's scrap foam anyway, if it's foam that you're not going to need, just cut it up and use it as a tool to use your contact cement. Unless you have proper tools for it. I haven't really found a tool that works, but I heard silicone tip tools work. That's why I keep a bag of scrap foam. And you cut it up into strips, you know, something like this. And then you just use the end and you just smear the glue around. Yeah, so it does say flexible. So contact cement, yep, you can still, you know, bend it. And the cool thing about this is that you can glue something flat and then heat it up. And because the foam bends to heat, if you heat it like this and then wait for the foam to cool, it'll stay like this and the glue will stay glued like this, in this shape. So, this is what happens. Let me show you guys. When you have two pieces glued together with contact cement and you try to rip it apart. And this took a lot of effort and force. So this was a piece that I had glued together of that Canon box earlier that I ended up messing up. And when I tried ripping it apart, it is literally the foam that rips. And so this piece will permanently be damaged. You cannot, like sometimes hot glue, you can just peel it right off depending on, you know, like what you're gluing it to. But yeah, this is like all torn up everywhere. So yeah, be careful. Be careful when you're using that kind of glue. And also you don't want to get it on your hands. Hellhounds get sick? Yeah. Do you not get sick? Oh yeah, so let me go heat this up again. Let me try. I don't think the cord is long enough. Oh wait, I've got an extension cord. Hold on. There's my extension cord. Well, that's way easier. Okay. Oh, let me just feed it under my desk. Yes, feeding. Okay. So, you have to be very careful with these kind of tools. Case in point. So, with a heat gun, the metal tip gets very, 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 very hot. And it can stand up on the back if it's flat. Some have little prongs to stand them up like that. But you don't want to rest your heat gun down on a surface if it was just on. Okay? Because then you will melt any surface it touches. You will burn any surface it touches. And you will also burn your hands very, very, very badly. You can burn skin very easily and very, very badly with this kind of tool. So you have to be extremely careful. You got the same heat gun? Yo, let's go. So I'm going to be heating up this. Normally what I do is I just flip the switch and I hold it while it's standing up. You can use two hands freely if it's standing up like this, or you can pick it up and use it like a hairdryer. But I'm going to do it. So my camera is like right here. So I'm going to be using my heat gun kind of off to the side. Just so that way the heat isn't blasting right up on my webcam. So if this is too loud or annoying, just let me know. There we go. Don't get too close to the hot air. It's very hot. Very hot. So, another thing you can do when it's heated up is like press it against something flat and it'll smush in the little foam fuzzies even more. I'll do a little bit, like on the inside. Little bit more. A little bit more. Heat guns usually have a high setting and a low setting. I always have it blasting on high. So yeah, just like that. It is super smooth. It kind of adds a bit of a shine to it because essentially it's burning the foam, which pretty much means it's just sealing it up. Because foam is very porous. You can kind of sometimes see like little tiny gaps in the foam. But this gray foam is high density foam. You can see like one tiny little imperfection of a pore there. But essentially all the pores are more condensed because it is a higher density foam. And high density foam really gets super smooth when you heat it up and really get rid of all those foamy fuzzies. So this is what our piece is going to look like. It's super duper smooth. Except for these top pieces. These top pieces are kind of jank. Let me fix those. A little jank. It's okay, we're all kind of jank. Just going to press these into the table. Although I probably shouldn't press them into my plastic cutting mat. I've actually warped this cutting mat a tiny bit from putting hot stuff on it. That's a little better. It's a little bit better. Something to keep in mind when you are heating up foam is that the foam shrinks a little bit when it is heated up. So if you have something like, like this. If you were to have cuts in your foam, if you heat up the cuts, it shrinks the foam, so it makes the cuts more prominent. So this isn't like a line on the foam. This is physically cut into the foam. Like these are actual three-dimensional details that are in this foam. And because it shrinks, you can utilize that to do really cool stuff. But you want to be careful not to have it shrinking when certain parts need to line up in certain places. So sometimes it's better to have things glued first and then you heat it all up. But in this case, if you were to heat this thin foam, any less than 4 millimeters will start to curl up a little bit in that thickness of foam because you're heating it up. It almost curls up like a flower petal, which makes that a very good technique for making foam flowers. Very, very good technique that I've seen before. But you just want to keep that in mind. So I do have this glued down, but I didn't want to really risk having it lifting up at all. So that's why I decided to heat this up separately first and then glue it on. So that way I didn't have to worry about potentially the thinner foam curling or shrinking too much. So yeah, you don't want to burn the foam. You want to lightly cook. You do not want to burn. So I'm actually going to put my heat gun on the other table way back here. Because I don't want to accidentally bump it over. But time for more gluing. Yo, Kayla, thank you for your super chat. Thank you. I don't really know what you mean by that, but I will be putting the mouse back on because we're doing more gluing. But actually, you know what? I think it might be a good idea if I grab these pieces and do the same thing first. Because sometimes it's easier to just do a bunch of gluing all at the same time. And what I mean by that is, because I know that this technique works, I can take this piece, put it down in the middle, trace around it, put this piece down, trace around it, and then when I go to glue this piece onto this one, I can also glue these two pieces together at the same time. That way, you know, if I'm already going to have the fumes out and going and gluing stuff together and having my mask on, I'm going to have to wait for this to dry anyway. So while I wait for this one to dry, I can go ahead and put the glue down on this, and then I can stick this piece on. And while this one's done drying, I can stick this piece on. So sometimes using contact cement takes a long, long time to make stuff because hot glue, you know, you heat up the gun, you put the glue down, you stick it, it cools, you're done, right? The thing that is not great with hot glue, though, is that you might end up destroying your build, like your project, because I think this is the underside. Because if you have your project, your cosplay, your armor, whatever you're working on, if you have it stored in a place where the like temperature can get really, really hot, it will reheat the glue and it'll just completely separate all your pieces. So it's like essentially reheating the foam back into its liquid state, or not the foam, the glue, reheating the glue back into its liquid state. And then at that point, it's no longer being held together. So all the glue is just going to melt everything apart, and then all your foam is going to disintegrate essentially. But because contact cement doesn't require heat to use, you can just stick it together. And it's okay if it's stored in a hot place. But technically, you know, your costume still could fall apart if you have other things connected in other ways, not necessarily through contact cement. But it's just something to take note of, be mindful of, you know? Willpower, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Caleb, thank you for another super chat. Super glue, yeah, super glue works. There's a bunch of different kinds of glue you can use. I just really like contact cement because it's so strong. It's like ridiculously strong. Okay, so that goes there. Oh, another thing to keep in mind is to make sure your foam lies flat, okay? Super flat. Because if your foam curves like this, and then you try to trace your pattern, like say your foam is curved. You try to trace a pattern in the curve. Okay? Even gluing, right? It's in the curve. And then if you trace it, you'll notice it's not going to be in the same spot. Because right now, the bottom of this is lined up to the line. But when you look over here, it's past the line. And we want this whole piece to be inside the line. But if you're tracing around it while it's in a curve, when you go to flatten it out, it's not going to be in the same place that you're going to want it to be. So make sure your foam is flat. There's no curving. If it curves like a tiny bit, that's okay. But if it's, you know, got too much of a curve, then that's a problem. However, on the opposite side of that, if you want your foam to stay in this shape, but maybe just heat alone isn't making it stay, you can take another thinner piece of foam and glue it into that curve. Because if you glue contact cement into a curve like this, it's not going to go anywhere because the foam can't physically open up this way because this piece of foam is being glued in very specific spots on this piece of foam where it prevents it from opening up again. Kind of crazy. I love science. So that's probably what I'm going to do with the dragon heads on Nihlister, because you see how it kind of has a curve. Let me make this way smaller. It kind of curves around a little bit, especially like the inner jaw. And so what I plan to do to get it to have that permanent curve is to glue several layers. And there's going to be several layers in there anyway. You can kind of see the first layer. Okay, we'll just look at the bottom jaw, right? So the first layer is the outer part that's kind of pointy, It's got the little pointy chin. Then the next layer is this slightly lighter gray that has some of these big teeth sticking out, right? The big, big gray teeth. That's the second layer. The third layer is the red teeth and the red inner jaw. And you can see on the back side of the jaw where the red teeth are on the inside of the mouth, because you can see it from the, like, way, way back in here. And then there's a fourth layer, like, kind of sitting at the bottom of the jaw. That's just like a bunch of black rectangles. Crazy. Like, there's so many layers in there, so I'm hoping that I can still keep the shape of the jaw, even though it's going to be a really big piece of foam, to keep that shape in the correct placement that it needs to be. Yeah, we're working on Nihlister from Nikkei. Yeah. Yeah, it does look like a shark mouth. She's a two-headed dragon. Because two heads are better than one. Dima! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Okay. That should line up fine. And I'll take this one. I literally have 4 different silver Sharpies over here because sometimes they just start dying and then they'll start working up again later. Is she good at Nikkei? Not really. Especially for the amount of effort it takes to get her in game. But I plan on taking the coolest pictures in this cosplay with a sign that says, "Please buff me." So hopefully Nikkei will see it and they will listen to our pleas and they will make it happen. I'm hopeful. Okay. Okay, I think it's hard to get this perfect. Okay, I think this is gonna have to do. And even though we're going to be cutting out the inside, you don't have to trace the inside of this particular shape. As long as all the outside edges line up. It's so much easier to line up the outside edge than it is to line up an inside edge. Especially with how the foam can stretch and pull and all kinds of crazy stuff. As long as I can still see where I need to glue, we are good. Ooh, that did not... I can still kind of see it. Hold on. Just darken that up a little. There. Yeah, it looks pretty even. Hell yeah. How do I keep it all to the same scale and fit me? So it really depends. I've got a bunch of streams from when I first started this build, making my patterns from scratch. And essentially, I just take my height and scale this image. Any full body image of your character, you can scale to your height. And then you kind of know roughly how big to make everything. But then to fit your actual own personal proportions, I would recommend doing paper patterns. Patterns out of paper. And what I mean by that is not just like the printed out version of your blueprint, like physically 3D in paper. I've made a bunch of patterns like that on my other VODs, so I would highly recommend you guys checking out other crafting VODs of Nihlister. I work with like yellow and orange colored like poster board paper. So once you see bright yellow or bright orange, I think it's mostly been orange. But that's how you know. You can just like scrub through the video. When you see those colors, that's how you know you got to the right part. All right, so I'm gonna put my little respirator back on. I think I should give one to Charlie. Oh, you gonna stay? There it goes. Kind of. All right, I'm just gonna start gluing again, so it's gonna be a little harder to hear me again. Take my headphones off. Put the mask on. Oh, I look stupid. Hold on, let me fix it. There we go. Much better. Hello? Can you hear me? I feel like I look so silly. The way my model still moves sometimes is kind of freaky. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a couple pieces of this. Hold on. And some scissors. Because you save more foam when you use, this to glue one. And then once the glue dries, you can just cut off the glue and then just use the next part of the foam. Okay, so let's get to gluing. I think I'll do this one first, just because it's such a big area and it'll probably take more time to dry. Stinky. You want to try your best to stay inside the lines with the glue, because sometimes having the glue seep out of the edges of whatever you're making looks pretty messy. But you do want to get it close to the edge because gluing down the edges are very important. Very important. Do I sound like Darth Vader? So stupid. Thimble Dude, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Let me do this. Just to kind of be safe. I think I did that on the wrong side, but that's okay. I'm surprised how well this is working. Like with the ventilation down here. It's pretty damn good. Maybe I won't get loopy from contact cement. This stuff smells so strong. I've gotten headaches from using this in poorly ventilated areas before. It's not a good time. So please do as I say and not as I do. Although in this case, what I'm doing is good. I'm doing everything properly and safely. Because this foam is so thin, and we're saturating the glue, it's kind of lifting up and curling a bit. So I'm just going to use the other side of my foam to press that down. Just a little bit. Hopefully it stays. Probably not. I'll still be able to glue it back into place though. Okay. And then our next piece, I'm actually going to use this, but I'm gonna, I'm gonna cut this into a tiny little point, so that way I can focus the glue a little bit easier instead of having it a big edge. Gonna be very careful. A tiny bit. So normally you want to use gloves when you do this. So make sure you're wearing gloves. I find myself unable to work as precisely if I'm wearing gloves. But the proper thing to do is to wear gloves to protect your hands from the bad, evil glue. The highly toxic, evil glue. This bottle is so convenient. Oh my god, why didn't I do this sooner? It's so freaking nice. While you're gluing, you also want to be careful if you get glue around the edges, if you're using a thick foam, because then you might have a big drop of glue just kind of hanging off to the side. And we don't want that. Just be careful. Oh, that's a big dollop. I didn't mean to put that much glue on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please still work. I'm just making sure there's enough on here because it was kind of getting a little too thin earlier. Okay. That should be good. And now, we want to be super careful here. Actually, we don't have to be that careful. I lied. So normally, if you're just going to be gluing something thin as a detail, and you want to keep the fabric in the, or not the fabric, the foam in the middle, you don't want to kind of have the glue seeping past your line. But because we're going to be cutting it out anyway, it's not really going to matter. Does that make sense? Do y'all know what I'm saying? Yes, kind of. No, these jams are jamming. Yeah, yeah, uh, uh. Up in the air. Jump, 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 jump. Up in the air. I want you to jump. Wub, wub, wub. What a goddamn bop. Josh, thank you. Yeah, I'm using a really highly toxic glue right now. So I've got a respirator on. Okay, I think I should wait for the little dibbly doos on the top. So I'm not gonna put the glue there yet. Just gonna wait for that to dry. And then, before I put the cover back on, I want to wipe off this contact cement. Because if any cement gets inside of this, and then we stick this with the cement on it to this with the cement on it, it's gonna stay stuck forever. Okay! So, I think it's good to take off my respirator. Damn, it's working so well. Okay. Ba ba ba. There we go. So, these look dry now. We're gonna line this up. Just like we did before, but because, you know, we gotta make 2 of everything here. La la. Oh, no. Yes. Beautiful! Nice and even and glued. Okay, put this off to the side in case I need to use it again. So now I'm gonna blast this with my heat gun because I think this glue is still drying. But also you notice that earlier this thin foam was curling up a little bit with the glue on it. But this goes to show it is still okay, even though the glue makes it curl a little bit. You can still glue it flat and exactly where you need it to be. Yeah, the room is like crazy well ventilated for a basement. Like, it's working. The tiny little bottle for the contact cement so the fumes aren't always open, the respirator while I'm gluing it, and then having the windows open, the fan going, and the air purifier on. Yeah. He's good. I can get burned. I get sunburnt really easily. It's because of the mortal fire. It's not hellfire. Obviously, I don't get burnt by hellfire. But yeah, mortal fire, yeah. doesn't like me. So I'm actually gonna move these. Oh wait, actually this one's almost dry. Maybe it's drying pretty fast. Got little glue webs. Yeah, you know what? I think this one is almost dry. Almost. You want to make sure it is completely dry to get the strongest bond for the contact cement. So I'm going to grab my heat gun again. Boop. Still hot from last time, so we got to be careful. What am I working on? We are working on these. The inside back of the cannon. Boom. So let me heat this up first. If I stay pretty close to the mic, I think you guys can still hear me okay. I have it kind of off to the side because I don't want it to be blasting in my camera. Nice. Uh-huh. I'm making sure I'm getting the inside and the edges and stuff like that because there's going to be 3 sides showing. Yum! A little bit in there. Just gonna press it down a little to make sure it cools flat. It was starting to curl up a little. Bite down. Bite doggy! Thank you for 16 months. Latex. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 months. Shimmercoon, thank you for 21 months. Tristan, thank you for a whole year. Thank you. I feel fun. I feel good. My eyes, I think, are okay now. I think it's been an extra hour since we started crafting, so I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling fine. Abstract Endurance, thank you for the resub. Prototype Ninja, thank you for gifting a subby. Thank you. Paddle, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you so much. Thank you for 14 months. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna put my heat gun on the other table so I don't accidentally knock it over and burn everything. Okay. It's kind of sticking. That's fine. So, it's going to be a little difficult because... Oh, damn it. Wait, it's so much easier for you guys to see. At the angle I'm at, it's like super shiny. It kind of looks like that on camera. Right there. That's the angle that I'm seeing this at, so it's a little hard to see like where the lines are. But on the like little viewfinder, you can see it a little easier. But I know at least this lines up at the bottom edge. Like this. That goes there. I'm holding up the rest of it because if you just kind of work here and this piece accidentally sticks down, you're not getting that back up. Not without damaging all the work you just did. Okay. So far, so good. Ah! I might not even have to glue down these little nubs because they're not too long. They're not really pulling up at all. Yo, it's nice and glued. But it goes to show like how much, well, I'm also like talking and, you know, explaining things to you guys, but it also shows how long it takes to, you know, put the glue down, wait for the contact cement to dry and all that stuff. But before we glue this other one, I'm gonna try cutting this out, but this is a good example to see why you really want to be careful in keeping the glue contained to exactly what you're gluing. This doesn't matter because we're cutting this all out, but just to kind of keep in mind, because then you get all this like gross glue texture, and I know there is a technique to remove that. I don't remember what it is. I'd have to look it up again, but it's not really on these outer edges. All of this other stuff you see is just a Sharpie, which can easily just be painted over. But yeah, be careful with the glue because it is a little bumpy and textured. So, let me get my X-Acto knife. And my blades. And we're gonna cut this out. Fine grit sandpaper. Maybe. Acetone. That might be a little too rough on it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it is a little bit of acetone. Maybe. I could have sworn it was like a special secret substance that I saw somebody using. But it might be. It might just be acetone. That's what Google says. Okay. So, I always keep... I put the blade in upside down, and I use my dullest blade to do this because the tip is already, like, chipped off. It's like a flat tip there. And it's super dull, so I'm not really worried about that. I just keep it in there. I don't know why. I don't really have to. I guess because it's easier to see the blade, maybe. Don't know which one of these is going to be nice and sharp. Bwam, bwam, bwam. Cosplay making goes pretty good today, I will say. I do have to make it twice, yeah. At least the dragon cannons. But, I mean, when you think about it, there's a lot of pieces in cosplay that you have to make twice, depending on your armor. Even if the armor is symmetrical or asymmetrical, if they still both have, you know, shoe armor, knee armor, bracers, pauldrons, breastplate. I mean, there's one breastplate, but you gotta make two sides of the same breastplate, you know? It's still gotta be symmetrical, or at least you build two sides to it, you know? Okay, so I'm gonna pull up a picture of Nihlister. Really, really big on another one of my monitors. So I know exactly what I'm doing. Enhance, enhance. Okay, so it looks like, yeah. Yep. We're cutting through all those layers. Just making sure, because I always second guess myself. Okay. Just getting these out of the way. So, cutting this out, it's okay if your cuts are not perfect, because I already plan on sanding these edges. To help get them, you know, just like a little more finished. I really don't want to cut them at too much of an angle. I'm probably going to have some extra foam in the way that I will sand off anyway. So the issue is it's kind of hard to cut a straight line right up against here when you're doing curves. But I also don't want to angle my blade, you know, at an angle, because then it might look a little weird when I have all the pieces glued together. So I'm just going to do my best to keep the blade straight. That squeakiness is from the glue, because we're also cutting through glue. But also careful not to cut, because it's very easy if you're, you know, cutting this edge here to go a little too far and cut into your actual piece. So just go slow. Work in small sections. That one's at a bit of an angle, but that's okay because it's kind of away from the inner edge. You guys hear the squeaking? I don't know if it's picking up on the mic. It sounds like a little mouse. Yeah. Okay. It's a little rough on the inside, but I'm gonna be sanding it anyway. So I'm not too concerned. I am simply unbothered. Nice. Slowly, carefully. We're also technically cutting through 2 layers of glue, because we glued the thin black piece of foam to this little base that we have here. So it's not going to be easy to get clean cuts with all the glue in the way. But it is much easier to cut through contact cement seams than it is through hot glue seams, because hot glue tends to get really thick, and then especially when it hardens, it's kind of crazy. Just making sure it's all cutting cleanly through. Hmm. Come on. You can do it, little foam. I'm just dissecting you a little. No big deal. What a vibe today. I love working on cosplay on stream. It's been so fun. I was a little worried about it at first because I feel like it's kind of niche. And a lot of people might not like it. This was the very rough piece we cut out. But now we have our little hole. Some of the edges in here are still just, you know, really rough. But like I said, I'm going to go in with my sanding drum and just sand that out nice and smooth. So if we really enhance, like really, really a lot, and kind of crop it a little because it's getting in the way. Yo! Check it! Kinda crazy. So now all these pieces assembled together, it kind of like, you kind of understand a little more, because now whenever box I build this around, I can fit a little, you know, put a fitting or something to attach the little tube to. It's a big tube, it's not a little tube. But it kind of just gives you a better idea of how all of my tiny little crazy pieces together and how my brain works when it comes to all the little pieces attaching. And it's like, in the grand scheme of things, you look at a picture of Nihlister like this, that shit's probably the last thing you're gonna fucking look at. There's so much happening. But yeah, this is gonna be one of them. And so now you can see that, you know, this part, this light gray piece is the inside of the little boxy part. This black foam is still the red on the outside. And then the gray piece is the raised gray lip. And now we have our piece all glued together. So now, I'm not going to do this right at the second. But now it'll be much easier to just take this piece that we have, line up that black Sharpie line, and boom. Everything's already perfectly centered exactly where we want it to be. I'm not going to glue this together yet because there's still some tiny little rough edges in here that I want to clean up a little bit more and sand this a little more evenly. But that is what we are doing. Yeah, VTuber and cosplay tend to overlap a lot. It does, but the thing is like, I don't really see any other VTubers making cosplay on stream. I don't know any other VTubers who were competitive cosplayers in a past life like I was. So I'm at least using my powers for good and teaching others how to do cool shit. So, I would still want to keep this because I feel like this is a lot of foam that you could potentially work with, but because it's glued to another piece of foam, I don't know how much use I'm going to get out of it, but I'm still going to keep this just in case because it's a big, big chunk of foam to just throw away, and I'd rather use it for something, even if it's going to be, you know, doubled up, and then I use it as a thick, you know, squeegee for the contact cement, just because thicker foam is easier to use to apply contact cement, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll still keep it in my foam bag. But for now, you know, I can also keep the sharp blade in here. I'm just going to put it in a safe place. And then I'm going to apply more contact cement to this one. So we have our goal. And then I'm going to do this right now. So because there's still some dried contact cement on here, it's totally fine to touch. It's not sticky. It's not going to get all over your hands. But as soon as this piece touches another piece with contact cement on it, it's going to stick because it still has it on there. So I'm going to cut that off. So that way I have a new fresh piece of foam to use for gluing. And I only need to throw away a tiny little end. I also use the bottom here to kind of scrape extra foam off. So I'm just going to cut that a little bit just in case I need to clean up any other foam drips. And then I'm just going to use this new piece. But respirator first. Respirator. Oh, finally, I look cute. Oh, fuck. Why does it do that? Why does it move on me? Face tracking doesn't work with just eyes. I don't know why it sometimes moves. Okay, let me put this back on. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay. Let's do it. I'll do this one first. I remember you. Well. We're masked up. We're ready to go. We stand, healthy pyro pups. Pyro pups that do things the right way. So they don't breathe in toxic chemicals. Yeah! Don't do that. This playlist today has been so good. Happy, happy, happy. Trying not to touch the glue. Okay, leave that there. Again, be careful not to get it outside the line. But in this particular case, it's okay to get it inside the line. So focused. Sometimes you just gotta lock in when you're crafting. Especially with glues. Let me lock in hard. That's what the respirator is, so I don't breathe in chemicals and die. Because I've gone most of my cosplay career not wearing a respirator. And then every time I'd use contact cement, I'd feel lightheaded and woozy and I'd have to stop for a bit. And I was like, oh, it's probably because I'm not wearing a respirator. And then Papa Wolf was like, yeah, you should probably get one. So I got one. Okay. We're good. Take some of this. Clean this. Put the cap back on. Okay. Okay. I remember you. Yo, Jordan, thank you for 38 months! 38? God damn, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for 16 months, Nyland. Allosaurus, thank you for 6 months. Yadu, thank you for the 9 months. Professor Agamon, thank you for 5 months. Thank you, Brooks. Ty Gadzieri, thank you for the new sub. Welcome, thank you for the prime. Beowulf, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Thank you. Just waiting for the glue to dry. I think it's just about dry. There's like a tiny bit here that's a little shiny. You see it down there? Yeah. Getting high from stuff like the fumes? Yeah. Yeah. It's not even like a good high. It's just like getting a bad headache and then feeling tired. Yeah, you gotta be careful. It's also like when you're using spray paints, you should also be wearing a respirator, doing all that stuff outside. Any kind of some people will heat up PVC plastic to get it to bend into shapes and still be sturdy. And you also want to wear a respirator when you're heating up plastic because that also releases very, very bad fumes and gases and all that fun, funky, smelly stuff. So yeah, just be careful. Just be careful with what you're doing. All right. Let's do this. Second time's the charm. Just line that up. The cool thing about making something twice, in this case, is that it's okay if they're not perfectly symmetrical because you're not going to be seeing these right next to each other together. These are going to be on 2 complete opposite sides of my body. So, you know, if one doesn't quite look like it matches up with the other one, it's fine because you're not going to be looking at them at the same time right next to each other. Cosplay hacks. Bam, 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 bam. Be very careful. Careful. I can almost see it. Just a little up. Good. Little crooked at the top, but I think it is okay. It's also kind of an illusion with the Sharpie and stuff going on. Baba? Yeah, baba? So now we can cut! Again! The 6-foot rule? It's actually the 5-foot rule. But I mean, 6 feet's fine too. Stay back farther. Wow, wow, wow. But also, another reason why, because some people will be like, oh, well, when you make this, you know, this edge part, the black foam, what some people might do is cut out exactly that shape and cut out the middle preemptively, but it is much, much harder to get all your inner edges to line up perfectly. And especially like here, if you were just to cut like this tiny little piece, like these thin, tiny pieces of foam, it's so much harder to do than to just cut big chunks at a time and then just cut them out later. So much easier. Make your life easier. Think smarter, not harder. The phrase of all time. The most helpful piece of advice. Workshop in the new house. I'm gonna have my own office that I can stream from, and I'm gonna have a crafting area in my office. So technically, yes. And I'm also going to have nice garage space. So it'll be really good. I'm gonna have good ventilation in the whole house. It's gonna be all good things that I've been wanting for a long time. Gotta be careful around the edges. Ooh, that was really good. Yo, this drop happening right now? When the beat drops? Just like I'm going clubbing. And you know what? Anything you want to learn how to do, you can be good at something and not that great at another thing, but that doesn't mean you can't hone your skills if you really want to learn how to do something else. Like crocheting! I feel like nobody's good at that the first time they try it. It takes practice, and that's okay. It took me many, many years to learn cosplay skills and get better and better and better. That is totally, completely normal. So don't be discouraged if you want to try something new. It's like those people, you know, like when you were younger and you would do something fun and creative, or you'd like draw a pretty picture as a kid, and then the adults would be like, I can't even draw a stick figure. It's like, okay. All right, Aunt Nancy, have you ever tried drawing something else before? I bet you haven't. Maybe it's because I've practiced for so long that I can do the things I do. That makes sense? It's the same kind of idea. Yippee! Do they look symmetrical? Do they look like an exact copy? Please say yes anyway, even though they don't. Please, I know they're not that perfect, but I still have to stay on the inside edges. Still a little rough in there. That's okay. So I'm gonna replace the blade with the dull one. So I won't need this for a bit. This is good progress. We're gluing stuff today. Yay! I am gonna put my hoodie on though because I'm getting a little chilly with the windows open and the fan on and all that stuff. I need to cover up a little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much. Where's my other sleeve? Oh my goodness, there it is. I'm like struggling to put this on. Yeah. King Dragonite, thank you for 4 months. Thank you for the resub. Okay. So next. Oh, you know what? Let me grab these. So, these pieces. So here's the dilemma I've been having with these. So the pieces I have here are the piece underneath the ones we've just been working on. So they go like this. It's like that. And then there are these panels that sit on top. Pause, champ. And this one. Yeah. This one. It's like a big puzzle. Right? They sit like that. And then that's where this other tiny piece comes in. That was in my tiny piece bag. This one goes like this. It's kind of hard to freaking see. Oh, you can see it easier on that side. You see. You can kind of see it, right? So it's got all the angles and all the, detailing parts, right? So the obvious issue is the line that goes right straight through here. But that's okay because this piece is actually at an angle. Okay, here, there we go. So, essentially what is going on is I need to bevel these two pieces to be at a slight angle. But that's why I need to sand them down to be a perfect point, so there's not going to be a big gap like this. But it has like a bend about this angle, like a subtle, slight little bend. But it's very difficult to see in this artwork because it's not drawn that way. But in order to get the cannon and all that stuff to line up, this has to be at a slight angle, which is fine. The problem I had, because I was gonna sand this bevel at my parents' house when I was there, but I came across a small issue, which was when I attached this bottom piece here, like this, there's a bit of extra, it's like cut at a diagonal, or I think I didn't cut it perfectly straight. And so there's like, well, this was gonna get fixed anyway. There's like a tiny little fudge up there, but there's a slightly bigger gap on this side than there is on that side. And I think, yeah, let me just make this smaller. And I think the best way to fix this issue, because if I go in with a knife and I try to cut this again, it's just going to tear up this edge because there's not enough for me to actually cut without kind of ripping it apart. So I think what I'm going to do today is glue this segment on top of this piece of foam. That way I can just sand this down to whatever level it needs to be, and I can just kind of adjust this a little bit. That way, when these end up getting glued together, there's not going to be that giant gap. You kind of see what I mean? Like if I were to glue this at the edge, there's going to be a big gap between here and this one. Because this one lines up flush. Like, look at this. It has a little piece sticking out right there, because that's just how it's built. But then if I were to go and connect these pieces at the angle, there'd be a really, really big gap. Really big gap that's not in the picture down there. So I am going to glue this piece here, because then it'll be easier for me to line up exactly where the new angle cut needs to be. Hopefully that makes sense. So I'm gonna start with that. Although, shit, maybe I can't do that. Wait a second. I'm pulling up the picture. Super zoomed in. Yeah, I can't do that, actually. I can't do that because in order to cover up that seam, I need another thin piece of foam, like 2mm foam, to cover this. Because if it's glued together at this angle, then while it's glued at the fixed angle, I can glue another piece of thin foam on top of it to curve it around that edge, so that way it'll be virtually invisible, because then I have to carve into that thin foam the other little details. Because like you see this, and then you see how there's more kind of notches cut out down here underneath this shape. That has to be done on the foam on top of this. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, you can kind of see where I fucked up the cut. Okay, maybe I'll just try sanding the rest of this Sharpie, because then you don't really see the Sharpie too much. I think I'm just gonna... Wait, that's the wrong side! Oh! Oh. Because you see, this is the problem side. So I don't want to cut this side. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to draw on the top here because it doesn't matter because this is going to get covered up and painted anyway. So I'm going to find a Sharpie. I'm going to make sure it's a nice Sharpie. Okay, that one's fine. That one will work. Okay. So I'm going to line this up to where I need it to be. And I'm just going to do exactly the same thing I did for the other pieces we just had. Just making sure it's nice and bright. Like that. So now, yeah, because technically I can see how this looks parallel, but for some reason it's not matching up. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is when I go to sand this, I'm gonna sand it up to that line. Oh, let me make another line. Let me get my ruler. This was why. This was why it didn't line up in the first place, because this ruler is just too short. So what I did when I cut this, I remember now, I had to start kind of back here and then slide the ruler because my meter ruler is too big for this table. Oh, that's why it got a little lopsided, because I had to slide the ruler. Okay, but that's all right, because we don't need the whole length of the ruler for this. We just need to line up essentially the top here and the top here. Oh, it's just this tiny piece that got fucked up. It's not even the whole top. It's just that little piece here. So, if everything works out, I only need to sand that piece. Because then, when I hold up the ruler, if I line up the very top here of this Sharpie line to the very top of that Sharpie line on the other side, it is literally just this tiny ass little piece that got a little fucked up. Good to know. All right, let's do the other one. I could have sworn both of them were like that. I'm just double checking. Oh. No, I think this one's fine. Because it still has like that tiny little bit of an angle in there. Yeah, see this one? They line up. I think it was just that little piece there that was kind of fucking up. Okay, good to know. So next crafting stream, I will have these angles, well, this angle sanded, and then I can actually glue all these pieces on. And then I can show you guys how I'm going to hide the seam. Okay, there's these two, These two. These two. These two. Two of everything, my goodness. Yeah. Okay, let me move these back over. Okay, I'm glad I figured that out. I didn't have time yesterday because I was saying that I kind of had like a really unproductive day when I was working on stuff at my parents' house. But I'm glad I figured that out. Okay. That was bothering me. Okay, so next what I'm gonna be working on is I'm getting the pieces. Okay, so I'm gonna move myself back over and find. No. Yes. Okay, let me. Here. So I want this to be big. Let's do. Okay, I'm gonna crop this image. Just so it's easier for you guys to tell what exactly I'm doing. Look at her big old leg. Okay, so this piece here is her ankle. See her ankle? So I'm going to be gluing these seams together so they are nice and glued. And then we can work on the little top part and all the other little details that are in here. And then, probably one of the coolest pieces are her kneecaps. And so, if you really enhance the kneecaps, this is the bottom. So it kind of looks like a dragon jaw. Let me get the tops. And like I was saying earlier, all my pieces are labeled. So this is part A. So this is the bottom jaw, A. You can do left, right, it really doesn't matter. And then this is the top jaw. Just gonna crop this a little bit more. Buh. Okay. And so, the bottom jaw almost looks like there's an extra layer. If you look super close, it's so hard to see. This is like how meticulous I am. You see how there's that line around the edge, like the top edge of the bottom jaw? So, essentially, that's what I'm doing with this. And so, when it's bent, obviously it's not glued in place yet, but it's got that extra, like, dimension to it. Yum, 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 yum. And then the top jaw. I also cut out a bunch of pieces for the jaw. And I'm going to be using LED foam. So I might actually cut out some of the pieces of LED foam today. Because all of these stuff that's lit up, all the orangey, yellowy, glowy pieces is all going to be LED foam. So I might cut out a piece of that. Yeah. But let me bring this back a little so you guys can see the ankle. You can see what we are working on. Well, it's kind of hard to tell what that is, I guess, if you're just kind of looking at it. Yeah, LED foam is a thing. It's actually freaking awesome. Okay. Gonna get my glue out. And the first thing I'm going to glue are these seams together. If you have old glue stuck on a surface, you want to just make sure not to get anything that has glue on it, because then it'll stick to that piece. Okay. You know what time it is. Take a guess. Just like a wild, random guess. It's respirator time! For safety. I need like a whole toggle for this. There. It's a little crooked, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Nice. Very nice. I've got my little foam smoother. Smoothie, nice. So, a tiny bit. Just making sure it's all on there. And again, very carefully. Try not to get the glue on the good side of the foam, on the outside. Because then that's more cleanup for later. Okay. Next. Woo. It's so wild to be using this glue and not smelling it anymore. I kind of miss it. Just like a little bit. I kind of miss the smell. It's a smell of memories and nostalgia from all the costumes I've made using it already. Oh yeah, gloves are a very good idea. Definitely use gloves. Please use gloves. Don't do this. Don't do what I'm doing, okay? Maybe I should recolor my... Oh, you know what I could do? I could probably recolor my demon model to look like Nihlister. And then that way I can use my demon model more often, because it's been a while since I've used that one. Just like how sometimes I'll dress up like different characters when I play the games. I could do that for my cosplay! I can make the real cosplay while I cosplay my model. Yo! Oh yeah, I have a ton of fan art that you guys have made of me that looks like me and Nihlister. It's so good. It makes me happy. Alright. So... let's put the glue away. No more respirator. Okay, it smells a tiny bit like contact cement, but it's not as bad as it is just like inhaling the pure cement. You know what I mean? You know. Dark Soul Angel, thank you for the tier 3 race sub. Thank you. Thank you for 16 months. Time to duel. Thank you for the 16 months. Craig Zero, thank you for 4 months. Thank you. Peppa Cat, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Alpha, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are, it makes me really happy that you guys are really excited to see the kind of stuff that I'm working on. Yeah, inhaling cement is really bad for your health. You shouldn't do that. But just waiting for these to fully dry, which should be relatively now. Yeah, see how dry they are? You do not see any shiny glue. So for pieces like this that's a straight edge, I would recommend in your patterns to make registration marks and then tracing the registration marks onto your foam. It's pretty much just a line that you make through the entire pattern, and then when your pieces are split up into even halves, you have the lines on both sides that you can line up your lines to, and then that way you won't accidentally glue something and stretch the foam a little too far. But we're just gonna wing it. So you want to, I'm gonna hold this close to my face at the start just so I can really see exactly where I'm gluing. But you essentially want to glue it super flush, super carefully to really get a virtually invisible seam here. Nice and even, because the more accurate you are with your seams when you're gluing, the less filler work you have to do to hide the seam. And if you're really worried about lining up your pieces, maybe you have like a really big seam, you can start at one end, start at the other end, and then work your way to the middle. And that's what I'm gonna do while I'm getting close to the edge here. Like that. Make sure on the inside your angles are all pressed together. Look at that. Those were 2 pieces we just glued together. Virtually invisible seam. And then if you want to go the extra mile to use filler, or even just like sanding the seam, because the glue is so strong, you can sand your contact cement seams and then prime over it, and it'll be even more invisible. But we kind of do want the edge showing because of how geometric her ankle is. Like, it has a very defined, like, 2 separate planes. But now I can still, you know, shape these little fins to be a little sticky outy, kind of like that. So I can just heat shape that to get them to look that way. They're actually kind of staying in place like that. But yeah, isn't that cool? So that's why I love using contact cement. But I'm going to glue together my other seam right now before I yap too much and forget to glue it. So I'm just holding it really close to myself so I can really see up close where I'm gluing. But taking the time to really, sorry, my mouse is in the way. Taking the time to really concentrate on getting this glue seam nice and flush will not only make your piece look better, but it will also save yourself a ton of extra work fixing it later on, if you do need to fix it. These pieces are a little uneven, so I'm just taking a little extra time to line them up evenly. That's also why I like to cut my foam at that bevel, or at least sand the bevel in afterwards. Because that way, now these are straight edges glued to each other, but because we angled the foam first, now they're not just glued at the little tiny thin edge here. It's completely glued throughout the entire thickness of the foam. We can press them in, make sure they're holding on good. Make sure the seam is good, and boom. Now we have our 2 leg pieces. Not too bad, huh? Not too shabby, This is where the gluing part like really gets fun, because it looks good. I'm just cutting my little glue piece of foam so it doesn't stick to anything later. What event is this for? I'm hoping to get it done for Anime Expo, but it probably won't be because I've got a lot of work. There, it looks so good. Thank you! That's why it's very, very important to do enough prep. Make sure the pattern is good. That way when we cut out the foam, it's the exact shape and size that we need it, and you don't have to keep like cutting and modifying, you know, the piece of foam. It's nice and clean. I also went ahead and sanded some of these rounder edges, because when you cut a round piece of foam, excuse me, sometimes you can see where the blade kind of switched angles when you're cutting with it. Sometimes it's hard to get a smooth cut. Sometimes you see a little bit of like striations from the blade in here. So I just did a little bit of cleanup work. And then next, depending, let me get my shoe. That's why I wanted to do this part today, where we kind of, you know, glue the new shoe line in, the new height of the shoe. Because this is how far up I want the boot to come up to my ankle, but right now it's too high. And that's because this quite literally sits exactly here. And if the boot comes up a little higher, then it defeats the illusion of having the ankle and then the skinny little leg, like the little calf. And I didn't want bulk of the boot being above the little ankle armor here. If that makes sense? Does that make sense? So you kind of see the shoe gets hidden by this piece of armor, and if it were to not be tucked in like that, you would see it sticking out like this. So that's why I'm going out of my way to modify and alter my shoes, so it'll look like that. So technically the next step would be to add this little piece here that's a little thicker, that kind of pulls this out a little. However, that's gonna have to wait until we know exactly how big to make that little insert piece, because it's a little thick right there. You can kind of see there's like an extra piece of foam that sits there. So I won't be able to make that until I know exactly where this is going to sit and what angle it's going to be on my foot and on the shoe. And I can't do that until the shoes are done, until they're modified. But for right now, at least we can still do some of the other smaller details. We can do some detail work right now. So let me get my pattern. This is why I keep another baggie filled with my patterns. I'll also make this smaller. I'm sorry I kept this so big. I will crop it though, so I can at least, you know, hide that. Boom. Shoo. There we go. So I also keep a baggie full of my patterns because you never know when you're going to need something else. Like right now. So I'm going to go in and find the pattern I used. But we can also grab the original pattern because that has the little markings that we need on it. So don't throw away your patterns because we're going to be cutting out the little detail parts. Contact cement, is there ever a time limit on letting it dry before it's not good to use anymore? I don't know, actually. I don't think so because sometimes I'll have just like dried contact cement on something that I forgot. And if I get another piece of contact cement on it, it'll still stick. But you definitely want it to be dry before you glue it together. And if you want to reinforce these seams a little bit more, just in case, you could still put like a bead of hot glue here, or even take another strip of foam and contact cement that strip of foam into the seam just to really reinforce this seam. In my case, I might put a piece of Warbler on the back of this little fin here because it sticks out a little bit, and if I were to accidentally brush up against something and have the foam bend, firstly that's gonna end up cracking the paint and I might end up like tripping. But if I can kind of put something rigid, Warble is a thermoplastic. So when you heat it up, you can shape it into whatever you need it to be. And then when it cools down, it stays as a rigid plastic. So I might be able to just form the Warbler into a shape that I know won't accidentally kind of stretch out and potentially, you know, get in the way of my other foot when I'm walking. So I might do that. I might end up doing that. But I can always do that after the fact. So yeah, I'm not just gonna paint that red detail on. No, no, no. We're cutting it out. Yeah. And also, there is like a little tiny indent. You can see it on the pattern here. It looks like a whole separate layer. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is take a special sanding bit on my Dremel and literally just carve that out. But not all the way through the foam because you can still see some underneath. I'm just going to go in about halfway and just kind of go zzz, and just carve a tiny little detail into that. But we still have to mark where that detail is going to be. So I'm going to do that. Okay. I'm going to bring out my little X-Acto knife again. Beep up, beep up, up. Homeless, thank you for the 11 months. Adalus, thank you for 18 months. Thank you. Put this back. Black Rose, thank you for 6 months. Not So Swat, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Pop it, pop, pop, pop. Do I just get used to complex accessories and attachments? Or is this something always to adjust? Yeah, so I actually had to adjust this piece a couple times. So this blueprint is taken straight from this artwork. It's just traced off of the actual artwork in Illustrator, Adobe Illustrator. And then I print it out so that way it's just like the nice line that I have. That's the exact proportions of that artwork. And then I make a paper pattern. So I essentially, in this case, I just traced 1/2 and mirrored it to make the full pattern for this little ankle piece. But sometimes this isn't quite the right angle. you know, because this is kind of folded into space, maybe you would want to extend this a little bit. But in my case, it still works, and I don't want this to be too long because then it might get in the way of me walking. So you can kind of take creative liberties with different aspects of your patterns. But you can make this bigger or smaller depending on your own measurements. It really just depends on your own preference and how the base shoes are, because some people don't want to wear heels. They want to wear just like regular boots. And then you would modify this pattern a little bit maybe to get it to fit over a normal boot instead of a boot with a heel, because your foot is higher arched up with a heel. So kind of have to work around it a little bit. It honestly just takes practice and trial and error, mostly trial and error. Always trial and error. Thank you, gamer. I don't know when I'll be making Legos again. I don't really have anything to build right now. I don't think. Actually, I do. I have a Lego sword. Yeah, I do want to make that. But I don't know when it's going to be, because I mostly want my crafting streams to be Nihlister when I have the time to, because I really, really want to do my best to get this done for AX, because I feel like that'd be a huge opportunity for me, especially since Nikkei asked me to be a part of their event on stage, because I hosted a little game show for them, and that was just as me, and that was huge. So could you imagine if I was able to be in a really cool, badass Nihlister cosplay that I made myself, and to, show up for a really big event at the biggest anime convention in the country? I think that'd be crazy. So that's like one of my goals. Okay. So, that's just the back. I'm going to cut on this line very carefully. Okay. Then I'm going to do the same thing on this line very carefully. Get off of there. Get off of there. Thank you. Most important thing is to have fun making it. Yeah! And crafting is something I'm very passionate about, and being able to make it with you guys is way more fun. I didn't have you guys when I was a cosplayer normally, like when I would cosplay every year and stuff and make something new and fun. I was just by myself.
Any tips for Dremel technique in regards to sanding/detailing? My edges sometimes come out rougher than I started.
So, some of that has to do with the grit sanding drum you're using. Higher grit means it'll be rougher to get bigger chunks off, but if you want it to look smoother, you want to use a higher number sanding grit. So like 400 for really, really fine stuff. Like 2 in the 200s is good for like kind of smoother sanding. You can get away with like a 220 grit. That's what I used for this. Right here you can still kind of see a little bit of foamy edges, but even if you have a 220 grit, you can go even higher if you really want to. But if you're using a high density foam like this, you have less chance of making your foam look really fuzzy. Even in the case of this, right? This was the little toe I used, or I dremeled. This is still using that. I accidentally nicked it pretty bad here, but I'll probably be redoing this because of that. You can see how there's still like a bit of fuzzies on here, like especially down there. So what you can do at that point is to heat seal it. If you hit it with your heat gun, it'll get rid of most of these fuzzies. And if you still find some imperfections after heating it up, you can heat it up even more and then like press it into a table, preferably like something glass or wood, not plastic like this. But you press it in, and while it's still hot and you press it in, you can close up the pores even more. So if you're using a lower density foam, I would try that, heating it up and pressing it against something firm. But higher density foam means there's less pores and it's less likely for it to have more of the gaps when you're sanding. Away or towards you? Away. Always away. Because the sanding drum goes in this direction. No. Yeah, it goes in this direction. So it's easier to, chew up the foam like this. If you're sanding towards you, then all of the tiny specks of foam dust are going to come towards you. And then you're going to get even messier. Although you're probably going to get messy anyway. Yeah, you don't want all that stuff in your eyes. Wear eye protection. You want to wear safety glasses when you're drumming. That's huge. I've seen so many horror stories of people taking pictures of sharp sanding blades or sanding drum pieces that like get stuck in their safety goggles. Crazy. Hey, Zah! You got a red hood on the free daily? Yo! Let's go! Hell frickin' yeah! We do stay winning. The red spike on the back? Yeah, so that's her heel. Like a high heel. So this would be like her little stiletto heel. Sanding underwater? So foam is porous and absorbs water, but you can use the wet sanding technique on something like clay. That works really, really well. But yeah, wet sanding foam probably isn't a good idea. Hold on, let me pull up a picture. Nice and big and HD so I can see exactly where this is, because my foam piece is a little bit bigger than the paper one. Okay, so it's like right here. It's like right above that. Boom. So that's where that goes. I'm just going to go ahead and do the same piece on the same side. Right above that edge. There. You also want to be careful not to let your Sharpie get under the paper. If you need to use tape to hold it in place, you can. But that way, if it gets under the paper, then you're not going to have exactly the line that you need. And I know it has, well, I don't know. It's hard to tell whether the edge is a round edge or a square edge, but it's probably going to end up round anyway. A lot of the other details on her are more of a round than a square. So, like when it comes to the little detail pieces. I do normally stream on YouTube, at least lately. Yeah. Lately I have been for the past 3 weeks or so now. So yeah. Make sure you join my Discord server, because that's where I post all of my schedules so you guys know when I'll be live. And I have been multi-streaming pretty much every stream lately. Yeah. Doesn't look super even. I got an idea. Bam. Can't really tell if that's working. I'm gonna try it though.
Thanks. Loving your progress and so
welcome.
excited just seeing it come together. Gives me the itch to make a prop for Zach.
Hell yeah. You should. Props are my favorite. I think it's the angle. I think it's the angle that might be a little jank. But I think it'll still be okay. The way it still looks the same and it looks correct. Here, let me try on this side. Maybe this one will be better. Wub, wub, wub. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so much better. Where did I go wrong? Yeah, that's fine. Did I mess up on this one? Oh, I think I did. Oh, yep. Yeah. So I just gotta focus on the outside line on top. I'll be able to see that when I look at it. Nice! I'm glad you guys are liking the playlist. It's just an NCS Spotify playlist. I'm gonna move my pattern. Actually, you know what I think I'm gonna do? This one right here, right? Yeah. I am gonna trace this pattern on my... So this is just computer printer paper, right? It's super thin and it rips easy. This is more of like a poster board paper and it's much stiffer and it's easier to trace patterns on, especially if we're gonna be tracing a pattern more than once. Like this tiny little detail. So that's what I am going to do. So it's less likely to rip and kind of lift up at the edges. Boom. And Trozeus, thank you! Thank you for the 7 months! Thank you, thank you! Pikatui! Thank you for the 4 months! Oh god, why? Thank you for 3 months! Thank you! Thank you! Ever make anything for Etsy? No. Unfortunately not. I'm not that crafty. So now I will cut these. Something else you can do to make your life a tiny bit easier is to instead of cutting this out exactly like this, you can just cut the negative space out and sort of use it more like a stencil. So like if I were to take this shape, put it like smack dab in the middle of this paper, and then just cut out the shape, like punch it out like a hole punch, and then use it kind of like what I did here. Right? I was just drawing it in here instead of cutting out this tiny rectangle and then holding up the tiny rectangle and tracing around the tiny rectangle. It'd be more like that. It's just easier to do that with smaller pieces because smaller pieces are harder to work with. Depending. But for now, we're gonna do it this way. I think I cut a little bit extra there. Bam, 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 bam. Yes, kind of little too much there. Don't want it to be too big. It's a very small detail. Very small. And curves are just a bitch to do anyway. I hate tiny little curves. Even big curves. Like trying to make female breastplates. Oh my god. Actually the worst. Just gonna cut these with my scissors. It's easier to get a curve with my scissors, which I feel like is so crazy to say. Okay. And then I'm gonna get my 2mm phone. 2mm phone. Hello? Hello? I thought I had some scraps. Hello? Hello? Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. I found it. And I found some scraps. This'll be plenty. The only shitty part about this is that I have to use my silver Sharpie. How to get the confidence to cosplay? I wasn't really body self-conscious until after I started cosplaying. But like the confidence to just like go out and dress up. I felt kind of in my element because I went to a convention where most of the people were already dressing up too, and it was more uncommon to see somebody who wasn't dressed up. So I felt totally chill about that. So I'm not really sure exactly what you mean by confidence to cosplay, because that can mean different things to different people. Also, now that I'm thinking about this, sometimes a good way to hold down patterns is to use pins, because this is such a tiny little piece that I need to like kind of maneuver around so I'm not getting my fingers in the way. But you can use like sewing pins to just like poke. You just gotta be careful about holes in the foam. But if they're a thin enough needle, then you can just prime over it or use filler. Yeah, I had the confidence to dress up like a shirtless man for my very first cosplay. That one's like dead. Get nervous looking silly or stupid? Not if you're dressing up to an anime convention. If you're just gonna be like going outside and taking pictures just in public, I could see why you would feel that way. I've done that before. Honestly, I just feel cool. And then people just like want to take my picture because they're like, "Oh, look at this cool person dressing up all nice and crazy." So I've never had a negative experience with it, but I know some people get like harassed for, you know, stupid reasons because there's stupid people out there who are really rude. But if the act of wearing a costume makes you uncomfy, then I would recommend doing it in a place where wearing costumes is normal. I feel like that'd be a good start. But if there's a character that you really, really want to cosplay, but maybe their outfit is something you'd be uncomfortable wearing personally, then you are allowed to change their outfit. You're allowed to alter it to fit your body proportions better, to fit your modesty levels more. Because some people want to cosplay these characters with like booty shorts and crop tops, and they swap it out for longer shorts, longer shirts. As long as the base details of a character are still there, they're still going to be able to recognize the character. Didn't think of that? Yeah. Of course. I've seen buff dudes cosplay Misty, and they'll just wear a yellow t-shirt instead of her yellow like cropped tank top, and the yellow shirt with the red overalls with jeans. It doesn't even have to be jean shorts, you know? Jeans. Like, that's Misty. You get an orange wig. Maybe you'll still put it into a ponytail because that'd be cute. But like those colors and those elements together, even though they're really, really simple, it screams Misty. Especially if you're holding a Pokeball, you can use props to your advantage too. So that way people see all those elements together and they're like, oh, I recognize that character. Yeah, cosplaying, exactly. Cosplaying. Crossplay is not just playing on different platforms together. Crossplay is also swapping the gender. It's like a gender bend, but it's a fun pun. Play on words. Crossplay. Yeah. I think that stuff is awesome. I probably wouldn't ever cosplay Cinderella from Nikkei. I talked about why at the beginning of stream because we were talking about it at the beginning of stream. But essentially, it's just like the kind of fabrics I'd have to use would be a nightmare to work with. And trying to get certain fabrics to just like stick to my body magically. And it's like, yeah, you can use tape, but that's a lot of tape. That's a lot of freaking tape. Yeah, I do have a cosplay of myself. I have two of them, actually. One is of my 1.0 outfit, and the other is of this outfit. However, those are not made by me because I kind of needed them for a certain deadline for an event because I wanted to wear them for conventions. And I wanted my 1.0 cosplay of myself to be done for Offkai because I knew I was going to be doing a re-debut like very, very soon after that convention, and I still wanted the chance to cosplay my 1.0 outfit while it still is like relevant. So I knew I wasn't gonna have enough time myself between my streams and everything to make it myself because I wanted it to be a surprise. So I also didn't want to stream me making that. So I reached out to an old cosplay friend of mine. Her name is Shelly. She goes by Percy Love Cosplay on social media. So you should go check her out. And we actually used to compete together at different competitions. You know, sometimes we would end up at a same convention at the same time together, and we're both entering in, competing, and she was always so awesome, so lovely, and it was
I would
hard
still love
because
to see you cosplaying Maiden though, Cinder 6 Heart.
that one is more likely because she already has a mask, so it makes sense. But Shelly has already made one cosplay for well, it wasn't just one, but she had made one for her friend, like as a commission before that I saw. And she also makes cosplays for her husband all the time. It's always her and her husband cosplaying together, but she always makes the costumes for him. She's made, she's done a Hyrule Warriors cosplay group. She was Zelda, her husband was Link, and a friend of theirs was Ganon. And the three of them together were amazing. And she made all three of their cosplays. She made all three of their props. Zelda had her sword, Link had his master sword and shield, and Ganon had two of his swords. He was like dual wielding swords. And she made all of that stuff. And I was like, hey, so, here's the situation I'm in, because like nobody in my past life knew what happened to me. I just kind of dropped off the face of the earth out of my own safety. And I felt really bad. But that couple was like some of the people I knew I could really trust. And I had reached out to her to see if she'd even be interested or would have had the time to make a cosplay of me for me. And she immediately said yes. She told me afterwards, or I think it might have been Nick, her husband, said that she started crying because she was so honored. And she was just like, you know, obviously she's like checking up to see my new social media because I told her who I was and everything. And she was just like so proud to see how far I'd come since being a little baby cosplayer. And she's like, oh my goodness, like you're doing all this crazy awesome stuff and you want me to make your cosplay? Like you probably have so many crazy connections now. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not you. And because we competed on the same, you know, we're both master level craftsmanship cosplayers, I trusted her craftsmanship abilities. You know, we're on the same level, we have the same skill set. Maybe differing skill sets a tiny bit because she knows different techniques that I don't know how to do. And I'm sure I know other techniques that maybe she hasn't done before. And so I knew I could trust her abilities at making a cosplay for me. And she knocked it out of the park. So, of course, when I thought of doing my new outfit, I wanted to go back to Shelly because she did such a good job. And also, you know, I made sure to pay her very well for her time and the material costs. And it's like supporting a friend, you know? That's something I love doing with commissioning artwork because I get to support my friends and give them money and they get to do fun creative projects for me. Sometimes I'll just like reach out to an artist and be like, hey, do you want to just like make something? Like you can decide. Just like put me in it. I just want to like, you know, support you more. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's easier to give an artist more direction. It really just depends on their own preference. Both my models cosplayed made by the same person. Yeah. They're both made by Shelly. Percy Love Cosplay. Yep. And in fact, I have a cosplay channel in my Discord server, and she's been posting some work in progress pictures and stuff in the cosplay channel, and all her stuff is looking so good. She's actually currently working on a new competition cosplay for her and her husband again. So they're going to be entering a cosplay contest in the near future. I think April? I don't exactly remember. Somewhere around there. Wait, is this one? Yeah, I think this is... Well, I don't know. Hold on. Pause jam. Yes, okay. Yeah, the longer piece is on the bottom. Okay. The longer piece is on the bottom. Like that. Beautiful. Made me think of the animation concept. What do you mean by that? What animation concept? Gotta go, take care! Thanks for hanging out with me. Just trying to round this out a little bit. There. So that goes on that edge. It's the tiniest little details, but it's gonna look way better than just painting that on, you know? I do make my own cosplays. I just didn't make the cosplays of myself for... Well, the first reason was because I didn't have time. And the second reason was like, well, she made the first one and it was so good. So let me support her again. Let me throw some more money at her. And it's funny, too, because I never really saw myself cosplaying much anymore. And I had these free coupons for a wig store that went towards, like, credits to buy wigs. And I gave her all my wig coupons because I was worried that they would expire. Because I was like, please use these for your next build. Because I don't really have anything else because I had a custom wig for the cosplay of me. Art Sincraft stream. Art Sincrafts. The fox look. Not a fox. You just got the pun? Arts and crafts. You know? Cinder. Arts and crafts? Arts and crafts? Get it? Haha, funny joke. Yeah, I'm a hellhound. Bing, bing, bing. I was just live on Twitch. In fact, I'm still live on Twitch. Look, that's Twitch chat. Hi, Twitch chat. Everybody say hi. Show everyone on YouTube you're saying hi. There it is. Hi. Hi. The cute little pee-pee hi. So cute. Yeah, I'm multi-streaming. That's what I've been doing for the past few weeks now. Streaming on both platforms at the same time. Nice. You like the vibes here? Thank you. It's mostly a chill day today because I'm focusing on getting some crafting out of the way. But crafting streams are pretty much just like chatting streams, but with me building stuff in the background. So Shankaku, thank you for a whole year. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's a toggle? So anything on my model that can change. So when my hair gets short, that's a short hair toggle. When I turn blue, that's a blue fire toggle. Oh, ponytail toggle. And then I also have things like the blushing toggle and the happy wow toggle. And the ears down and the crying. And the crazy. The spiral eyes. So it's all just like the different expressions and things you can change on your model. I have pressed the wrong one before, yeah. My very first stream ever, I pressed the worst toggle I possibly could have because I didn't have them. I can actually show this to you guys. So I have a stream deck with like all my buttons, and it's like I have different pictures for what the different things do. And I didn't have that for my very first ever debut stream because I was still trying to rush around getting things set up. And so I was using keyboard hotkeys. So like, okay, what does the letter J do? What does the letter E do? You know? And I was trying to like memorize what each of the things were. And some of them were set to other things from when I was testing the model rigging. Like the underwear. Just to make sure, you know, the rig still looked okay. And I forgot to disable it.
I just got my tub of Sakura Splash with the art made my Yo Klesh. Have you tried it?
Klesh.
What are your thoughts if you have?
Yeah, I've tried pretty much all the Gamer Subs flavors. I think maybe there's like one new one I haven't tried yet. I don't remember. But that's a cherry flavor, and I am really not a big fan of artificial cherry. It's just not for me. Unfortunately, and a lot of the Gamer Subs flavors are cherry, so I'm just like, oh no! There's so many! I think there's like 5 or 6. Yeah, so that's that viral clip that I accidentally toggled off my clothes because I didn't know what toggle I was pressing. So I thought I had that one on my scene change. Like swapping my scenes, my screens, right? And I went from a screen where it was like a just chatting kind of vibe, and I was swapping to one that would be for a full body showcase to show off my entire model top to down. I was going to do the dance toggle and stuff like that, like the full body stuff. And so I said something like, "Let me show you what I can do." And meaning like the full body stuff, the full body toggles. And I thought I was going to be switching to that scene. But instead I said, "Let me show you what I can do." And my clothes came off. God damn. You know, it happens. Favorite Gamer Subs flavor? Of course it would be Pyro Power. You can use Command GG in chat to get the link and use code Sinder to save 10% off your Gamer Subs order. Isn't that crazy? That's so much money to save. So much. It's a pomegranate tea flavor and it's super duper yummy. If you like fruity boba, it's like a boba tea. Without the boba. You could put boba in it! Crazy idea. But that's what inspired my flavor. And also pomegranates are my favorite fruits. Mm-hmm. What a first impression. It's the first clip that Cooksy posted of me, and it got to like 1 million views. Yo, thank you for the hype train! Thank you. Thank you so much. Usami, thank you for 18 months. Excalibur, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you so much. So, now that I have either one of these sides cut out, you can kind of see where these little details are going to go. You see? It's the little red pieces. Wow-wee. Wow-wee, wow-wee. Mm-hmm. This one isn't quite as round as I want it to be, so I'm just trying to fix this up a little. I really don't want to sand it, so...
I know that your favorite fruit is pomegranate, but don't you also like yuzus? Get it? Like your friend.
What? Pomegranate? Crazy. Like yuzu's? Yuzu's flavor hasn't come out yet. If she has one. I don't know. The Sheppy! Thank you for the raid! What's up, raiders? Hi, everyone. My name is Sinder. I'm the Hellhound VTuber. Awoo! I have a hand cam going today because I'm working on my Nihlister cosplay. She's from Nikkei. Here, hold on. Let me show you guys. But I hope you had a great stream, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. This is Nihlister from the hit booty shooter game Nikkei, and I'm building her whole cosplay completely from scratch. So, enhanced off to the side here is her foot. And we are currently working on the little ankle armor piece that looks like this. And I'm cutting out these tiny little details to glue on here. The little red parts. So that's what we're currently working on. Yeah. Spray paint it black. So it's more of like a gray color. I think I usually spray paint the base colors and then I add extra weathering on top of the base colors. But I usually spray paint the base and then hand paint the rest of the colors. Yeah, we love the booty shooters. It's one of my favorite games right now. Okay. I will be fixing that. That looks better. Now we're going to be cutting out the last two for the other side. Tips for anyone getting into making their own cosplay? Honestly, that's such a broad question. But usually I go with when you're picking a character. When you're trying to decide which character you want to cosplay as, sometimes that can be the hardest part. And you want to make sure you pick a character that really resonates with you. Someone that you are extremely attached to. Because if you're just picking a character because you think they look cool, or because a friend wants you to be in the same cosplay group, and you're not really passionate about them, especially if you are making something from scratch yourself, and putting all this passion and work behind it, if you get burnt out or you don't really feel motivated or if you run into a roadblock, the thing that's going to keep you going is your love and the passion for the character you were cosplaying. If you're just kind of doing it to do it, you're just not going to be happy continuing work on it if it's not for your own personal happiness, if that makes sense. YouTube chat, I can see it on my end. It doesn't appear up here because that's against Twitch rules to show both chats at the same time. Pick characters you think are funny? Yeah. Exactly. That's another factor. Just like a character that speaks to you in some way, in a way that you like. In a positive way. Shoom. Material. This is 2mm EVA foam. Very thin for nice little details. They also make 1mm EVA foam. That stuff is thin. But you know what? A special hack for you guys, okay? Y'all are gonna freaking lose your minds. So for tiny little details like this, maybe 2mm is a little too thick and you just want like a subtle textured pattern out of really intricate shapes. What you can do, instead of pieces of foam, you can get a laser cutter to cut precise pieces if you need like a lot of them for detail work. But I've seen people use stickers. And what they will do is they will either like laser cut out of like a Cricut, like sticker sheets, right? Or just like intricate filigree stickers. And you can put the stickers all over your armor and then paint over them, like spray paint. And you can still see the edges of the sticker in this fancy shape. But it's like nice and thin. So it's just a subtle little detailed pattern that looks so intricate and beautiful, and it is the smartest thing ever. And it was so easy, you just stick them on. Yeah, genius. Fabi, thank you for 6 months. Thank you. Easier to buy the costume? Easier, yes. Less expensive? In some cases, yes. It is cheaper to just buy a costume. However, some characters, Nihlister, are not available to purchase online. So in some cases, you're kind of forced to make it yourself. Making it is half the fun. Yeah, the other half is absolute despair and suffering. I mean, yeah. Yeah, also, when you buy cosplay, they're typically in Chinese sizes, depending on where it's coming from. Most cosplay stores are usually from Asian countries. And I am always so self-conscious when I order stuff from cosplay websites. Because I have to end up ordering like a custom size if they offer it, because all their sizes are way too small for me, because none of the size charts fit my bust measurements. So yeah. In America, where I'd be a smaller and
I would
medium,
never have the patience
I'm
to
like
make
a
my own
triple
cosplay.
XL in China. 3XL, if not 4XL, and I'm like, I'm not that big. I'm normally a smaller medium, depending on the type of fabric. So, my goodness, way to make me feel self-conscious. Kind of crazy. Pew, 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 pew. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Okay, one more. So I think this is on this side. Yeah. Yeah. One more. If I could change my model to a different character, what would it be? Probably just be Tashi. Yoink! This was my character when I was making ASMR roleplay audios. Pink hair, cherry blossom, oversized sweater, gamer, comfy girl. Just like generic anime girl. That started beginning of 2020 is when Tashi was created. Tashi.mp3? No weighing! She didn't have animal ears, but I feel like adding an extra characteristic or like fusing yourself with animal characteristics is more fun, especially as a VTuber. Because when you see creative things like sharks and, you know, like things you want to think of, right? These crazy demons, a lich, or a grim reaper, a phoenix, you know? Because Hololive was a really, really big thing. That's how I found about VTubers, was through Hololive English. And I was very much inspired. But I wanted to stand out more. And I feel like separating the brands from ASMR and VTubing would be a good thing, so people wouldn't get as confused, to just kind of keep it separate. Because then they'd be like, what happened to all the audios? Why don't you do ASMR anymore if it's like on the same channel? And then I have a whole audience of people already there that are expecting one type of content, but if I'm not doing that specific type of content on that channel anymore, then, you know, all of those people would probably be upset. So that's why I kind of switched gears to something completely different. And now I feel more like myself. But Tashi is still a big part of me, and she's even a part of my lore. Mm-hmm. I really want to do an extended lore video at some point to explain all the cool stuff that happened and to expand on the Pyro Pups and how they showed up. I've got big ideas, you know. Big, fun, wonderful ideas. Bwam, 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 bwam. Yeah, Tashi was the Mortal Realm disguise. You're so smart. Our little lore masters over here. Okay. It's time to be pink! No way! Did you guys miss the Tashi colors that much? Aww. So, yeah, I'm gonna put this blade away. Although, I just got an idea. But it could ruin everything I just did. But I got an idea. So, I talked about this technique before, but for some reason I just wasn't thinking about it. This part right here. Something I can do is cut it out completely. And then, if I were to push it in just a little bit, it would cause an indentation in the foam. And then I could just glue it back to itself. But it would be a slight indent into the foam. I think I might try it. It could go horribly wrong. Oh, especially because it's already glued together. I can't really lay this flat anymore for me to cut it. I kind of can. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Think I messed up already. I messed up already. I'm gonna scream. It's okay. Mm-hmm. Hold on. It'll be easier to see if I color this in. Get in there. A little lower. It's hard to see still. You know what, actually? Okay, so this was the original plan. This works with thicker foam most of the time. But you can see how it's kind of like indented now. So there's that indentation. But I think it might look better if I just leave it cut like this. Hear me out. I leave it cut like this. And then I glue another piece of foam behind it. I feel like that would look way better, actually. And it would be less effort. Because even when I have this little piece in, I feel like it's not deep enough. Because that looks way deeper than like this. Actually, I don't know now. No, maybe this is good. Y'all see? Y'all see what I'm doing? You see? Maybe that does look okay. Maybe it's not too far in. You see what I mean? We're cooking. We're cooking. But you see, when you cut out a piece like this, it works both ways too. If you want like a 3-dimensional detail that sticks out, you can cut it and then just push it forward. Or if you want something indented, you can push it in. It also looks a little wonky. Oh, I got Sharpie there. It also looks a little weird because this still has some black Sharpie on it. Although the silver Sharpie is not cooperating. I thought it would help hide it. Maybe it does help hide it. Actually, stop. I didn't mess it up. And then cooking! Cooking! Okay, so I'll be cutting these, but we need to glue them in place like this, which will be a bit difficult if I use contact cement. Because then how do you slide it in? If it's just gonna
Howdy,
stick.
Cinder. Sorry
Hiya.
I'm late. Glad to
Oh,
see
don't
you're
be sorry.
feeling better.
Yeah, I'm good. You betcha. This maybe. See, this would be a good thing for super glue. Because then you could super glue just like the back and the inside. And then reposition it. I might just wait and grab some super glue. I have some at my parents' house. All right, let's hope I can cut this symmetrically. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come on. Gotta be so careful. Moment of truth. Come on, get in there. Okay, okay. I keep accidentally pressing this back in. Stop. I don't want that. I want you to be sticking out a little. Chat, am I cooking? Am I cooking? Am I cooking right now? Oh, the symmetry. The symmetry. Okay, because I'm feeling good and I'm on a roll and I really don't want to fuck this up. Hold on, let me just see really quick. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna glue.
The washing machine was beat in a competition to see who could produce the most water out of all the appliances in the kitchen. So what did it do? It threw in the towel.
I can't with you guys. I can't. I can't. Yeah. Breathe. Okay. Here we go again. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. That's gonna be important later. Because we don't want to put the glue outside the line.
Hey Cinder, love your streams.
Thank
Question: would
you.
you say your taste in music comes Papa or Mama Wolf? Just
Papa.
curious.
Papa will for sure. I like metal. But they both kind of vibe to 80s hair bands, which I think is also a vibe. So I guess maybe both of them. We love a good 80s hair band. Okay, let me get a piece of foam. That's not gonna work. Hold on. This one. Beep boom. Bum bum. So I cut this so it's a nice little. Oh, hold on, let me make this smaller. Okay. So, very carefully, we're gonna put some glue. Careful. Like that. Woo! Yeah. Too much. Too much. better. Get off me. Huh? There we go, okay. So now we gotta be careful not to get outside this line. Because we don't want the little glue yuckies showing on our nice clean foam. The glue is very, very toxic, yeah. If I go too long without fresh air, then I get really bad headaches using this stuff. You want to wear a respirator. Protect your breathing holes. Protect your breathers, your breathing apparatus. Nice. Okay. Clean. Put the cap back on. I can breathe again. Well, that's not what I meant. Take this off. Damn, what a well-ventilated area I'm working in. That's not even sarcasm. Hell yeah. So, we wait just a tiny little bit for it to dry. And then, once we get that glued. So, like, technically, I should have just, like, cut these out before I glued this on. And then I could just glue on all 4 pieces. But I don't want to do that because I'm too excited. And also, I kind of want to fix these a tiny bit. I mean, I guess it's fine because you won't be seeing these on the same side. Yeah, that'll be fine. Never mind. I won't fix them. What cosplay is being made? Nihlister from Nikkei. Passion project that I've had in the works and being planned for a very long time. And then I was on the fence when Crown and Modernia's Second Affection skin came out. And then I was like, ooh, maybe I'll make one of those. And I was like, nah, I gotta stick with my girl. Because this is the one that brought back my motivation to cosplay again in the first place, to make my own cosplays again. And it was like that for a reason. So I said, let me stick to my reason. And now we're making her. 5 hours? Yeah, that's normal. Especially for a crafting stream. Oh yeah. Easy. Easy 5 hours. You feel like it's gonna look awesome? Thank you. I hope it does too. I hope so. It should. I mean, this is already looking pretty clean, pretty fresh, pretty clean. It looks flat from this angle. Oh, that's better. But that's also why I don't have my nails on, or I don't have my nails done when I craft this, because if I had pointy nails and the pointy nails were to stab into the foam, that'd be a permanent mark in the foam, and I don't want that to happen. How am I gonna hold anything with the cannons? What do you mean hold anything? I'm still gonna have my hands free. Okay. The glue is dry. Okay, hold on. I'm lining up the corner. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it as flush to this outer edge as possible. I'm sorry I wasn't showing too much of it gluing down. But I'm trying to get this super flush. That way it's less work I have to do later. It's zero work I have to do later. Bum ba da bum. Pew. So cool. Looks just like it. Okay, next one. Sorry, I get so excited when I start seeing stuff come together. Okay. Line it up on the corner. Is this the right one? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Wait, no, it's not. I think I might have put the glue on the wrong side. Maybe not. I think I'm just overthinking. I think I'm overthinking. Uh-huh. Lining it up. Yeah, no, I'm just losing it. Everything's fine. Nice. Now that's on there good. Ah. Symmetry. Oh, it's so beautiful. Yeah, these parts are gonna be red. I'm gonna paint everything. Yep. It's pointless coloring the foam the same when everything's just gonna get paint anyway. Okay, so let's cut these pieces next. Thank you, Ender. Pablo, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Neptune, thank you for the tier 3 race sub. Thank you. Thank you for 14 months. Mackin, thank you for 15. Call me, thank you for 3 months. Tin Man, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moth. Thank you, Zerana. Thank you for a whole year. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. Okay. We cut these. Mm-hmm. Get out. Thank you. Nice. It's like it's hard to see that it did anything, but it's a hole now. Okay, this is the part that I'm a little nervous about, but I think as long as I just stick to the outer edge, I'll be good. I think I may be cooking. Push it down a little. That looks good. The symmetry is symmetrying. Ah! Ah! Okay. Now we do more glue. Oh, we are not playing around. We're cooking for sure. Okay. These off to the side. You wanna get one light? You wanna get one light? Light. Hey, Novel! What's up? Like this. I'm gonna get one like this. Okay. Light outline there. And a light outline here. Why is this one so much longer? Hold on a second. Oh, that's why. It's like the tiniest bit too long. Let's zip it up. I once asked Gordon Ramsay where his lamb sauce was. And then I got cussed out. Would not recommend. 0 out of 10 experience. Like this. Nice. It's gonna be so cool. Okay. Respirator time. Okay. We're locked and loaded. Pause chant. Just for context, for anybody coming in. I gotta do this. Okay. Hey, welcome in. I'm doing good. We're just gluing with highly toxic chemicals. But it's good. We're all good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Making lots of good progress today. Yeah, next time I'll set up a respirator toggle. That way I don't have to keep putting it on. It'll just pop up. Get back over there. Stop. Stop that. Stay. Alright? Charlie, I am not your father. Or mother. I was born in the cosplay. No, I took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get to where I am. Lots of hard work. Or maybe she's born with it. I'm a prodigy. Okie dokie. Clean. Seal. Take off the mask. Woo! Okay. Boop. Gotta go take care. Thanks for hanging out today. Olsen, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, it's hard to say how many Pyro Pups we would have if we added Twitch and YouTube because some of them are the same Pyro Pups. You know? Just still drinking my Pyro Power. Staying nice and hydrated. Ah, delicious. If only all my other Pyro Pups knew how delicious my Gamer Subs flavor tasted. If only there was a discount code you could use to save 10% off your order at Gamer Subs, like code Sinder or something. That'd be so wild. That'd be really fucking cool if that was a thing. Maybe you should see if it is. Buggy-san, thank you for 14 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Dum 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Sorry, it's hard to hold it out in front of me for the camera when I'm trying to hold it close to my face to get it really, really flush. And now I'm... Stop. My phone was just trying to talk to me. And now, we do this side. Oh, it's so beautiful. So pretty! Next one. Da-dum bum bum. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. We're crafting, we're crafting. The craft is crafting. Check it. Look at my ankles. Look how beautiful they are. I just gotta get super glue to glue these little indentations in. And then once the actual boots are cut down, I can figure out what to do about this extra little filler piece in here. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I'm seeing? Enhance. The inside has one too. Yeah, the back. Like this. Well, I can't do that yet anyway, though. But that's why I'm going to keep this pattern around, because that's going to help me later in the future. So, I don't want to do that just yet because I want to add the Warbler to the back of this foam, so that way I can get it to stay in one rigid place, and these aren't going to flap, because while I'm walking... Oh, these are falling out. Definitely got to glue those in soon. Because when I'm walking, I don't want this to happen. Or at least diminish it as much as I can. So by having something rigid in place for it to just kind of stay in one spot is going to be something that I want to do. But because I'm going to be putting it on the back of this piece of foam, I don't want to put that detail on the back yet, because then it's going to get covered up again anyway. So that's why. That's how my brain works. But we'll see. Maybe it won't even be visible from the other side. But if it is, then I'll add the detail there. Yeah, check out our ankles. Check it. Check it out. Look at that. Beautiful. Ankle. Ankle. That's pretty cool. Look at all the fancy detail. There's not really that much on here, but... Aluminum. Warbler isn't that heavy. I feel like aluminum would be heavier than Warbler. Warbler is a thermoplastic, so it's very rigid and sturdy. It can get heavy if you add too much of it, but I'll only be using a little bit. Instead of buying sheets of... Well, I already have Warbler, but... Yeah. Yeah, Warbler is expensive. But I already have some leftovers from my other projects. So, let me see. We also have the knee pieces to glue. I'm going to put my paper patterns back.
The red bit
in
on the
pattern
inside
bag.
looks like a one part that goes into the metal instead of it being two pieces on either side. Sinder 6
Maybe. Maybe. Like a cap on the end. But this was easier to do. Oh, wait a second. Fuck! That's fine. You know what I'm just gonna do? So you can see it's like a little piece on the end. But this actually makes my life a little bit easier because now I can just paint this whole thing red. Like I'll paint this edge red from here to here. And I could just paint the back if I wanted to. But it looks like a cap. But honestly, this is just so much easier to do than like cutting this shape out and then adding another piece in that shape. Like it still looks the same and it'll look the same visually because it still has this raised portion, but it's still about this thick. So I think just painting this will still look the same. But yeah, that's fine. That's why it's so nice to have more than one reference. You can cross-reference different images of it. Also, make sure to grab these just in case. Because, like, what if I irreparably damage one of these and I have to completely remake another one? You never know. Okay. Put those back in there. I'm gonna push these in to make sure they don't fall out. Okay, now let's do some of this, and 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 some more of this, and a little more of that. There we go. We've got her knees. Her kneecaps. So, showed this off earlier. Top and bottom kneecap. So I'm gonna glue this little detail piece that's on the bottom jaw. And there's 2 knees. So we got 2 bottom jaws. There's 2 top jaws too, but I only grabbed 1. Because we're not detailing the top jaw just yet. However, I will have to cut out a little notch for where that lava goes. No, this isn't gonna support weight on it because I really don't think I'm gonna be able to do the shooting pose. Where is it? This one? I don't think I'm gonna realistically be able to crouch down like this with all of the armor pieces. So it's not gonna be a load-bearing piece at all because I don't plan on actually putting my weight on my knees. If I crouch down, I ain't getting back up. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and I'm gonna have the heels on and all that stuff. Like maybe I could crouch and I just won't rest my knee on the ground. That might be different. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna be doing that. If I drop my phone wearing it, probably not gonna be able to use my phone. Although maybe I could make a secret pocket like inside one of the cannons to fit like snacks and stuff. You know, that sounds like fun. But I usually don't have my phone on me when I'm cosplaying. One, because pockets. Sometimes, you know pockets. Man, I should make my next outfit have pockets. What the fuck? I think my coat has pockets. My winter outfit. I think my coat has pockets. But damn, yeah, fuck it. I want my next outfit to have pockets. Like nice pockets, not like this dumb lady's outfit pockets. Okay. So, yeah, we should be good. This is just in line with the bottom edge. And then all the rest of the detail on the bottom jaw looks like that. I'm going to do that twice. This is B and B. So the B's go to the B's and the A's go to the A's. Very nice, very swag. And I do have a cutting mat surface already to work on, but I don't want to gunk it up if I can help it. So making sure these are flat. Because, you know, if I get contact cement on my cutting mat, like, it's no big deal really. But then if I'm trying to cut something else, you know, it's just like extra gunk on my mat. And if I can help it, I'd rather minimize the gunk. Minimal gunk, please. Okay, so these are the pieces we're gluing. These are pretty straightforward, nice flat pieces that just kind of all stick together. Although, you know what? Before I put my respirator on, I will mark roughly, very roughly, where not to put glue. Is that even doing anything? Barely. Barely is good enough. As long as I have an idea and I can still see it. Okay. That's good. Then this one. Because I can paint over the Sharpie marks, but I can't paint over the physical glue bumps that are going to be there. Choom. Choom. Shoom, shoom, shoom. Shoom. There. Okay. We're good now. Time for the respirator. We're locking in. Hey, Nat. Hold on, wait. I'm breaking immersion. Wait. That's better. Hi. Hello. Much better. Oh. Good enough. It's a little crooked, but that's okay. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start here. That way it's nice and close to me. Do. This song is so pretty. time is it? It just turned 6 p.m. It's gonna be dinner time soon. Oh, I ended up getting dinner with Mama and Papa Wolf last night, by the way. We went to my dad's favorite place to celebrate his not birthday, because he doesn't like celebrating his birthday. So that's what we didn't do. We definitely were not there celebrating at his favorite restaurant. We were just there to eat. I swear. We were just eating. Nothing suspicious. Yeah, that's B. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. I'm a bee, 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 bee. You don't like celebrating your birthday? You gotta milk that. It's your day. You get to celebrate you. You get to celebrate the fact that you are existing and you are here in our presence. And that is so cool and fun and special. Yeah, you exist. I want to celebrate that shit. You guys are awesome. What the hell? It's once a day for an entire freaking year. That's a long time to wait again. A whole year? I mean, I guess you could celebrate yourself every day. You don't need to wait for one day. It's just like, you know, you don't have to wait till Thanksgiving to tell people about how thankful you are for them. Because I am thankful for you guys every day of my life. Every waking moment. Because I wouldn't be where I am without you guys. Of course it's true. I said it. It might be hard to hear me right now, but maybe I shouldn't be saying meaningful words with the respirator on. Maybe I should wait a second. Yeah. Oh, it also doesn't matter if you're celebrating your birthday by yourself, because you're still like that is the
Sorry,
best
can't
day.
hear you saying sweet and nice things about us.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's the best day for you to treat yourself. Even, you know, it doesn't matter. You can treat yourself whenever you want, but like that's just another excuse. It's like, you want that game you've been wanting for a while? You want that figure you've been wanting? You want that VTuber merch? Treat yourself! Hell yeah! It's your day. Get what you want. Life's too short to worry about dumb things. I mean, be responsible, but like... Life's too short to worry about getting older every year. Why would you want that kind of stress on your life every single year? Live it up. Live your life. Don't be worried that you're getting older. Do the things you want to do. My old boss taught me that. Because she was like, she was about to turn 60. And she was like,
I'm gonna do what I want with my life while I still have time on this earth to do it. And I was like, preach, lady, preach. Yes, queen. And then since then, I was like, you know what? This is good advice. I'm gonna share it. So now I tell you guys. Let me cook. Yeah. I'm almost done. One more piece. Hmm. The music going hard again. God damn. I kind of miss the metal music though. My epic and melodic Spotify playlist. Okay. Let me clean this up a little. Make sure there's no glue that's going to stick to itself over my bottle.
All right. Boop. There we go. Gonna cut this. It's still wet, so I'm gonna cut it off into my trash can. There we go. Just so I don't get glue everywhere. All right. Do one of the girly pops make me want to play Nikkei? No, actually. Nikkei sponsored me a long time ago. And ever since then, when I gave the game a try, because the sponsor was like, hey, this is the game. Do you want to play it on your stream? And I was like, yo, this game looks fucking awesome. Hell yeah, I want to play it. And then I fell in love immediately, and then I didn't stop playing it. And then they sponsored me a couple more times, and then I did an IRL collab event with them at Anime Expo on their stage at their booth, and now I'm making a cosplay. Yay! Mm-hmm. You voted for me all for the VTuber Awards? Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tale as old as time. So true. So, looks like this one is just about dry. It's still a little tacky. I think that's okay. All right. I'm kind of gonna go corner to corner, I think. Try to get this super flush, just like the other detail pieces. Just makes your life so much easier. No, don't stick there. I didn't say you could stick yet. Stop that. Beautiful. Okay. So these can get stuck down now. Nice and smooth and clean. Get this in line. Trying to center this foam in the middle of the little tooth part there. Okay. Gonna keep going along the bottom edge here. Nice and slow and careful. Because once it bonds, it is not coming apart. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna make sure this is in line here. In this corner. Because you can still stretch the foam a tiny bit with the glue on it, just to make sure everything lines up in the right places. So I'm just kind of stretching and pulling it a little to get it to be exactly in the center. Because if it's like a little off, it'll probably look a little weird. Nice. And you see here, the way it was pulled and the way it lines up, you have a little bit of a curve here because this black piece of foam is a little bit longer than what it needs to be, just because of all the pushing and pulling of the foam. So the cool thing about this is that you can literally just smush it down and it will stick, because the whole surface is coated in that really strong glue. So even if you have a little extra, or if you need to kind of stretch it a little bit or push it in and then just glue that little bump down, that is going to be okay, because the entire surface is covered in glue. So no matter where you glue it down, it's all going to stick exactly where you want it to be. And then the coolest part of all, when this curves around, all of those pieces stay exactly where we want them to be. This is going to be a little bit more of a sharp jaw, like that. And it's like when you're just kind of holding the foam up to it, it shifts a little bit. So it's not going to be exactly in this position until you glue it. And because there's glue in every little square inch of this, it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, doesn't the layer look cool? And you can kind of see it's all painted the same color, but that extra little definition is really going to be crazy. So let's go ahead and do the second one. What originally made me interested in making cosplay? I just saw people at an anime convention, and they were all dressing up and cosplaying. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. But the very, very first thing that made me aware of what cosplay was Okami, the video game. That's why Okami holds so much more in my heart than just being my favorite game of all time. It literally is the thing that introduced me to cosplay, which is my whole life after that point was all cosplay. Because I used to be into art, and I would like to draw all the different characters from the game. And one day when I was on Google looking up characters, I came across these two cosplayers that were cosplaying Amaterasu and Kushi. And the cosplayer who was Ami, it was like a human version of Ami. And I was like, wait a minute. This isn't just like people dressing up in Halloween costumes. They're at this event. You know, this person is taking creative liberties to turn themselves into like a human version of this wolf character. And it was the coolest thing ever to me. And I was obsessed. So of course I did more research about it. And then I found an anime convention nearby that I would have been able to go to if I could convince my parents to drive me there, because at that point I was pretty young and couldn't get anywhere on my own. And so I talked my mom into bringing me to one, and the character I decided to cosplay was Portgas D. Ace from One Piece, the shirtless man. And I decided on him as my first cosplay because at that time I was watching a lot of One Piece with my cousin, and to help increase my chances of going to this anime convention, I asked my cousin, who was the same age as I was, and I was like, hey, would you want to go to this convention and like dress up and everything? And he was like, yes. And when he was younger, he had the kind of mentality where he had to be like the main character in everything. It was kind of narcissistic, but you know, just a kid. And he was like, well, I have to be the main character. I have to be Luffy. And I was like, okay, that's cute, you know? And did I decide to be Nami? No. Did I decide to be Robin? No. I picked Ace because I was like, how fun would it be? Because we're related, and I've always seen him as like a brother figure because I was an only child and he was my age, and he's like one of the only family members I'd hang out with because we were the same age. And I was like, yo, it's like we're relatives. They're brothers. How cute would that be? And he was like, yeah, we should do that. And we did it. And then the rest was history. We ended up doing a bunch of cosplay groups together with some IRL friends. But he fell out of it. All my other friends kind of fell out of it. And I was the only one cosplaying for a long time. Well, since then. Since then, I was the only person cosplaying in my personal life. But I don't mind. I'm able to do cool stuff like this and cosplay myself now. And some of my friends as VTubers have been wanting to cosplay their VTuber avatar too now. And it's just really cool to see people getting, you know, more comfortable and confident in that kind of hobby. Even if they're not making it themselves, but still just, you know, getting the motivation and drive to want to dress up like their own characters is just really, really cool. And it makes me happy to see. It makes me happy to see anybody cosplaying, especially for the first time. It's awesome. Doing anything creative for the first time can always be a really big jump for some people. But I think it's really, really cool. There was a Pyropup who made an embroidered Pyropup on like a little piece of cloth that they embroidered. And they're like, I'm learning embroidery and I made a Pyropup. And it's just like, it's so cute to see people learning new skills and picking up new hobbies. And then also doing that stuff like while I'm crafting on stream. It's like some people, you know, like to paint minis or they build Gundams. like while I stream my crafting. And it's so cool. And then you guys share what you're working on in the server, whether that's cosplay in the cosplay channel or just like IRL images of what you're crafting in the IRL chat. It's so freaking cool, man. It's so cool. Ta-da! Ta-da! So now we have 2 bottom jaws. So I got them apple bottom jaws. Jaws. The whole club was looking at Jaws. She hit the Jaws. Next thing you Jaws. Shawty got Jaws, 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 Jaws. Anyway, I think I'm losing it. I think I'm fucking losing it. It's like getting my eyes dilated and feeling sicky earlier. Kind of crazy. But we have our bottom jaw now. Jaws. This is what the top jaw looks like. Yo, wait, that's gonna look sick. Yo. Oh, and also I have these that I had sanded earlier. These little pieces that go here. You see the vision? Is the vision visioning? Hold on, can I hold this in place? Kind of. And then I have a bunch of the pieces on top of here that are cut out already, but I'm gonna have to grab my LED foam for that. And I think we made some pretty good progress today. Let's see. We have the bottom jaws detailed. We have the ankle armor. Pretty much all set to go, really, on the outside. Pretty good. And then we completely assemble the inner cannon mechanism that the little tubes come out of. And yeah. I showed you guys a bunch of the other stuff I've been working on in the meantime. We're finally able to glue some pieces on stream. And look how cool. The combination of the 2 different colors of foam is actually really freaking cool. But it's just like the thicknesses. It's not like that for aesthetic purposes. It's literally just like 2 different thicknesses of foam. But yo! That's pretty damn sweet, huh?